Welcome to Paranormal M, where every whisper in the dark tells a story. These aren't just urban legends. These are echoes from the beyond. Subscribe now and ring the bell. Never miss an encounter with the supernatural. My story. I don't know if you'll believe me or not, but this is my story. Since I was young, I've been able to see ghosts. As I grew older, this ability never really went away. I could still see them, especially when I travel and stay in hotels. There's always spirits watching us. Sometimes they disturb us at night. One day my elder sister brought me to a monk from Nepal. They helped to, quote-unquote, close my spirit eyes, so I wouldn't see ghosts anymore. Although my sight was closed, after a few years I could still see and feel their presence. No matter where I go, I can sense them if they're around. But the story I want to share truly begins during a dark time in my life. It's in 2013. I was very down, deeply depressed. It's because I discovered that my ex-husband was having an affair. During those 6 months, I attempted suicide more than 3 or 4 times. Maybe spirits that are invisible to most people could sense my sadness and hopelessness. Maybe they were drawn to me. My elder sister saw how unhappy I was, began bringing me to temples and Buddhist centers for chanting. At that time, I followed her everywhere. Whenever the temple organized charitable events like Release Mercy, also known as Feng Sheng, releasing animals to save their lives, she invited me to join her, and I always did, especially on weekends. One day the temple organized a one-day Release Mercy, a trip to Batam. We joined them. I still remember it was 1 week before the 7th lunar month, also known as the Ghost Month. We departed at 8 a.m. from Harbourfront Center and took a ferry to Batam with a group of people, including a few monks from Nepal. I was happy to be there with my sister as we released fish and turtles and many other sea animals into the ocean. We chanted Om Mani Padme Hum. After that, we had lunch together at a restaurant. Then we visited a Taoist temple in Batam. The temple was quite big, and inside there was a master known as a Tanki, a spirit medium. That day, many people received blessings from him, including us. For the blessing, the master would chant Taoist mantras and touch the head of men, and for women, he would bless the hand. My sister went first, followed by me. But something funny happened. I received both blessings, one on the head and the other on my hand. My sister joked and said, "You're so special today, you might win 4D tonight." We laughed, but of course I didn't win. 4D? Looking back now, I believe this is... maybe it was my... oh boy, I can't pronounce this word. This master was my Gueren, or a noble person who appeared in my life to help me. I think he saw something in me that day, and in a way, I believe he truly saved my life. After I came back from Batam, life went on as usual. I was busy with work and taking care of my children. One weekend when I had a day off, I spent it with my kids. That day happened to be the first day of the Hungry Ghost Month, the 7th lunar year. I woke up around 7 a.m., went to the toilet for a while, then went back to sleep. That's when I had a dream. This dream had no color at all. Everything was in black and white, except for the people walking beside me. They were all dressed in the same milk-white clothes. I saw myself walking with them on a long wooden bridge. I asked one of them, "Where are you going?" And she answered, "We're going to do Feng Sheng, releasing mercy." I noticed they were carrying white plastic bags and inside were fish. I believed them and I continued walking alongside them. As we walked, I saw many naked men and women floating in the sea, and when I looked up, there were no clouds, no sun, no moon. Just the bridge, the sea, and some stones. Everything was still and in black and white. After a while, I asked again, why haven't we reached it yet? This bridge is so long and I can't see the end. The woman suddenly scolded me. Don't ask so much. If you want to come along, just follow. So I kept quiet and I continued walking. After a while, we saw a monk in a small wooden sampan holding a stick. All of us stopped and called out to him. What are you doing here? The monk replied, no need to worry, I can come up. But suddenly, his stick fell into the water. Everybody shouted. The monk calmly said again, it's okay, I can handle the situation. But then he fell from the sampan into the sea. All of us were so worried about him. He reassured us again. Don't worry, I can come up. Earlier, I mentioned that everyone was carrying bags supposedly filled with fish. But at that moment, all of their bags suddenly fell into the sea, and to my surprise, they weren't carrying fish at all. Instead, they were filled with gold and silver joss paper, the kind we burned during the 7th lunar month. The paper transformed into lotus flowers that floated in the water and lifted the monk up. We all looked at him and shouted, whoa! Then the monk said, I told you all not to worry, I'm fine. Suddenly, all the gold and silver joss paper in the water formed into a dragon that flew up into the sky like a firework. We were all so amazed and happy. We were watching it rise. Then a phoenix followed, also soaring into the sky like firecrackers. At that moment, I woke up. It was already 11 a.m. Even though the dream felt short, I'd actually slept for more than 4 hours. The dream left such a deep impression on me that I clearly remembered every detail. That night, I told my elder sister about it. She didn't know what it meant either, so she went on and told her landlord. Her landlord's family had people who knew how to read Bazi, the Chinese destiny chart. They had a stall at Bougie Street, or Buggis. After hearing the dream, I told my sister that it actually meant ... Yesterday, the story continued when my sister's landlord told her about the meaning of my dream. I had shared the dream with my sister and asked her what 4D number I should try to buy based on it. She said she wasn't sure what the dream meant, so she told her landlord about it instead. The landlord told her that my dream meant I had gone to the Underworld. That night after my sister told me this, I got goosebumps all over my body. I kept saying, please don't scare me. She replied, of course not, it's true. The bridge I saw in my dream was the Nahi Bridge, and this bridge is a significant part of the Chinese underworld, the Diyu, and the cycle of reincarnation. Before crossing it, souls are said to drink a soup made of Meng Po, the goddess of forgetfulness, which erases all memories of their past lives. In my dream, the bridge seemed endless. Couldn't see where it ended. Then my sister said I was lucky because a monk saved me. He brought me back to the real world. If not for him, maybe I wouldn't have woken up that morning. And when I heard that, I felt truly frightened and worried. That's why we must always stay positive and never think about committing suicide, because if we do, the unseen spirits around us will sense it. When your luck is low or you're going through unhappiness, they might take the opportunity to pull you into their world. Once you go there, you might never be able to return. But then I remembered something. A week before the dream, I'd visited the temple at Batam. The Tongki master there already seemed to know something was going to happen. And as people say, Tianji Bu Ke Zia Lu, meaning heavenly secrets must not be revealed. So he placed a blessing on my head and hands, hoping somebody would come to rescue me. He was truly my Guirin, a noble person who helps in time of need once again. If anybody knows the location of this temple in Batam, please let me know. I really wish to go back and thank him. It's already been more than 10 years since this happened. My life has changed a whole lot since then. Even went through a divorce. Now I can sense certain things and understand a lot about Chinese astrology. Once I learn something, I understand it naturally. And by the way, I believe the monk who saved me was actually Di Zheng Wang, which is... Bodhisattva Ksitagarbha. I truly believe it was him who brought me back to life, and please stay tuned, there's many more episodes to come. I'll continue to share the stories that I still can't fully understand or explain. Some things in this world are truly hard to explain. Continuing on. After that night when I dreamt I went to the Underworld, I felt very worried and scared. From that day onwards, I started doing good deeds for myself and my children. Since 2014, I've been doing volunteer work for a charity organization. My life has become better. I still remember that time I was staying at my sister's house because I hadn't received the keys to my new house yet. One morning, something strange happened. I had a dream where I saw a man's head flying in and out, speaking to me. He said, "I'm still in that country. Although my head has returned to Singapore, my spirit is still in the country where I died." He repeated, "Can you help me tell my family to bring my soul back to Singapore?" I didn't respond to him, and after a while I woke up. It was already 10 a.m. Didn't want to say who this person is because he passed away many years ago. This was the first time I'd ever experienced such a dream. I felt weird about it. So I told my sister. She said we didn't know any Taoist priest that could perform a ritual to call his soul back. She only knew of a Buddhist center that could do it, but it would cost $200. Damn. But at that time, I didn't do anything for him, and first of all, we weren't his family members. If we offered this ritual, it wouldn't benefit him. This kind of offering can be done by his family, and his family only. But I couldn't just suddenly appear in front of his family and tell them that their son came to me in a dream asking for this ritual. They would think I was crazy and probably wouldn't believe me. So I shared the dream with one of my friends. She knows that I've been able to see spirits since I was young, so she believed me. She advised me to ignore it because nobody else would believe it, but she said, if he comes to you 2 or 3 more times, then you can consider finding his family. I took her advice and decided to wait. But after that, he never came back to find me again. That was the only time I had that dream. And this was my first experience with something like this. After that morning when I dreamed about the man asking for an offering ritual, I started being able to contact spirits or souls. It's really hard to explain my situation. Most of my friends don't believe me and think I'm crazy, but there are a few who do believe me. My second experience of contacting a spirit wasn't in a dream. Strangely, I could hear them talking to me. I don't know why or how they found me, but they told me it was fate, and only I could hear them. They died in a car accident, and one of them asked for my help. He wanted me to tell his family to rescue his girlfriend who hadn't died yet. Her spirit was still at an accident site. I felt lost because I didn't know how to help, and I didn't respond to them either. But this time they didn't appear in a dream. They were speaking to me directly, and I could hear them clearly. They kept appearing several times a day and talking to me. I didn't know how to handle it, and I get headaches from them talking too much. Eventually, I met a friend who helped me learn how to communicate with them and solve the problem. She told me to be honest with the spirits, that I couldn't guarantee I'd be able to find their family or pass on the message. So she taught me to write down what the deceased man wanted to tell his family, post it on platforms like the Straits Times, CNA News, and Roads.sg via Facebook. He hoped his family would see the post and perform the offering ritual to bring his girlfriend's spirit back to her body. However, nobody saw my post, so the spirits kept coming to find me. I prayed to the Guan Yin statue in my house and asked for protection. I really didn't know what to do at that time. My mom saw me like this and thought I was going crazy. I told her everything, but she didn't believe me. I kept telling the spirits I had already done my best and I couldn't help them anymore. But they kept talking to me. Then one night my friend met an auntie who worked at a bread shop in Kalang. And coincidentally, she knew the deceased man's family, because they used to do charity work together, I guess. My friend told the auntie about the spirit's request. And strangely, after that night, the spirit stopped coming. A week later, I read the newspaper that the girlfriend had woken up from her coma in the ICU. I was shocked. I was also really happy that she was safe and had woken up. I'm not sure if I actually helped them or not, or if maybe it was just a coincidence. Since then, I haven't seen or heard of those spirits again. After my mom read the news, she was surprised too. She even told my brother, "Your sister really has a sixth sense ability." Besides the car accident case, the spirit wanted me to help with, another case happened again. And this time, the spirit is a child. She passed away due to cancer. She had been fighting the illness for over 5 years, but sadly, she couldn't make it. She passed at around the age of 7, I believe. Her parents separated after her passing. She was very sad and came to find me. I understand why, because I know her and her family. She asked me to tell her mother that she is now much happier after passing. That's because the sickness caused her so much suffering for years. Now she is like an angel in heaven, she said. You see me, I can walk and dance in heaven. I'm very happy now, too. Hearing that made me feel so glad. She also asked me to tell her mom to live happily and continue living a wonderful life. Not to be sad because of her, and she's happier now. And she wants her mom to know that. At first, it was difficult to find her mother. After her child passed away, she went to China. But finally, we managed to find her on WeChat. My friend helped me send her a message, and we told her what her daughter wanted to say. Eventually, she replied, saying thank you and that she would continue to stay happy and healthy. I felt so happy with this outcome. I was able to help them. This is another story of my experience in connecting with spirits. A few months have passed since the kid's story, but I still remember the fourth encounter in my story. The one where I met another spirit in Ipoh, Malaysia. I went back to my hometown to attend my friend's sister's wedding, and I brought my niece along. Everything was fine at first, nothing unusual happened until we passed by a certain building that's been known for its ghost story for about 40 years. The story goes that a pregnant woman died in a tragic accident there. She was hit by a bus while walking on the pedestrian path, and the impact was so strong it pushed her into one of the shop houses. She died in the spot, and before she died, she cursed the place, saying that she would haunt it forever. Since then, the shop's been infamous for being haunted. Many shop owners came and went, but none of their businesses survived. Eventually, the place was left abandoned. People believe it is because of her curse. In 2010, one of the shop owners invited a Taoist priest to deal with the spirit. And according to what they said, she requested that the shop be renovated into 3 levels, and originally it had only been 2. The 3rd level was meant for her and her unborn son to stay. She also asked for a specific ancient Chinese item, one used for slowly rolling and pushing out gold, which symbolically might have meant prosperity or peace. Additionally, she requested continuous chanting of sutras 24 hours a day. The owner fulfilled all of her requests, hoping she wouldn't interfere with the business anymore. At first, it seemed to work. My sister said the shop's business wasn't too badly affected. But in 2014 or 15, another tragedy occurred. Opposite the haunted shop, there was a piano shop. The owner, who had a young son, One rainy afternoon, the boys suddenly fell into a drain near the haunted shop, and strangely, no one saw how he fell. The drain wasn't very big or deep, yet he still drowned. After the rain stopped, they found his body not far from the shop. People said the ghost's child wanted someone to play with him, so the spirit caused the tragedy to happen. After that, the haunted shop changed owners again, but no one could run a successful business there. Eventually, it was abandoned again, and no one dared to rent it after the mysterious incident. When I heard the story, I felt uneasy, but nothing happened to me until I returned to Singapore. After I got back, the piano shop owner's son's spirit came to find me. He wanted to reincarnate and needed good merit to do so. Because I often do charity and volunteer work, one of the masters told me that I had accumulated a lot of good deeds, at least enough for him to use for his reincarnation. I was very surprised when I heard this. I mean, of course, I didn't give all of my merits to him, but I promised to chant a sutra for him every morning. He agreed. I've forgotten how many times or how long I chanted, but every morning I recited the Heart Sutra. About a year later, he came to me in a dream and said goodbye. He told me he had gathered enough good merit and was ready to reincarnate. After that morning, I never saw him again. The lady ghost, however, never reincarnated. She still haunts the shop along with her son, and that shop remains empty until today, and it's still said to be haunted. One moment, please. It's a long story. And now I've lost my spot. This kept happening during that year. Something I hadn't encountered before. But after a few cases happened, I gradually got used to it when they came and approached me. Maybe it's fate that they would find me. If I couldn't help, I would tell them honestly that I really couldn't and ask them to find another master. That year, it became very difficult for me to fall asleep at night. I would stay awake until 2:30 or 3 a.m., almost always at that time. Like something strange would happen. Then, at around 5 a.m., I would wake up. I only got about 2 hours of sleep, and the next day I'd feel like a zombie when I went to work. But what happened to me during those 2.5 hours, well, I went to a strange place, a place without any color. I was standing far away looking down at this place. I heard a man's voice talking to me. He told me that this place was the Underworld, the DU. It's where people queuing and talking to a man who was sitting high up. I couldn't see him clearly, but I believe he was King Yan Wang. After speaking with him, I saw two men pulling the spirits away. They were Oxhead and Horseface. The voice explained to me that if a person had done many bad things, they'd be sent to the left side. And I don't understood really what that meant, and on the right side was another place. If a spirit had died with a broken head, hand, or leg, or if they died from an illness, they'd be sent to the Underworld physician to fix them to recover their injuries or sickness. He said some of them couldn't recover immediately on the spot and would need about 3 days to heal. Then I woke up and it was already 5 a.m. Wow, I'd been there for 2.5 hours. But the story didn't feel long at all. I still feel curious whether it was real or not. Till now, it remains a puzzle. After that night, I continuously had trouble sleeping for a few months. The voice would come to me between 2:30 and 3 a.m., and the next thing I saw was people always saying that there's a God guiding our thoughts and actions. Turned out to be true. I saw many underworld gods, more than 100. Gods like Qi, Sha, Tian Yang, Tian Yin, and many more. It's like we're constantly going through cycles of good and bad days or years. These gods record everything we do each day. And if we do evil, they punish us with bad luck, either that day or that year. One of them explained to me that every human must go through this cycle until the day we die. And after that, I woke up and it was already 5:30 a.m. Felt really curious about why he told me all of this. Didn't understand it at the time. But 1 year later, I suddenly became interested in Chinese astrology, especially Zi Wei Dao Zhu, Zi Wei Dao Shu, and Bazi reading. I picked it up very quickly and understood the meanings well. Many years ago, even when I watched videos or read books, I didn't understand anything. But now, somehow I suddenly get it. Of course, I'm not as accurate as the famous Feng Shui masters, but what's funny is I don't even understand Chinese, but somehow I can still understand the meanings behind it all. You and me both. After dreaming twice about the underworld, the dream stopped. But the spirits kept coming to find me, and it continued. Then, about a month later, another spirit came to me. She had passed away from suicide. She told me she had depression, and actually her death was reported in the media and many people knew about it. I hadn't followed the news, but my brothers WhatsApped me about it, and when I saw her picture that same night, she came to me. She appeared around 11:30 p.m. and kept crying and crying. I didn't want to help her at first because I hadn't been in good health for a few months. But suddenly, she told me her birth date and time, and I don't know why, but I went to check her Ji Wei Dao Shu chart. I mentioned before that I have some knowledge of Chinese astrology. Not as much as a Feng Shui master, but I understand the basics. And from her chart, I could tell that she could have avoided this fate if a Gurin, a noble person or helpful person, had appeared on that day. But there wasn't one. No one helped her. She showed me how she died. I felt very sad and scolded her. I said, "Why were you so stupid to commit suicide? You could have escaped this." She didn't answer. She just kept crying, and I asked her, "Who told you to come find me?" She said that it was the underworld Goi Kai, and Goi Kai is the one who manages spirits in the underworld, like a policeman for spirits. That night I didn't respond and just fell asleep. But the second night she came again. The second night she came around 11:30 p.m. again and asked me for something. I really don't know what she wanted until she told me it was a white umbrella that I have. I had no idea what she was talking about. I don't even have a white umbrella in my house, but she said it was a white umbrella that I couldn't see. Only she could see it. I was really curious, but I didn't promise her anything at that time. The next day I asked Guan Yin Pusa if I could give her the white umbrella. I said, "If Guan Yin agrees, please show Shang Bei." Then I threw, and it really was Shang Bei on the spot, so I told her, "I'll give you only this white umbrella. I cannot fulfill any other requests." She agreed. I don't know whether she really took the white umbrella, but after that night she never came to find me again. On the third day after her suicide, the news came out about how she died, and it was exactly what I saw on the first night. I felt so curious about it. A week later I dreamt of her, and she thanked me because she had taken the white umbrella and reached heaven. She's not a god or anything, she's an angel. She told me she's very happy now, playing piano and singing songs for the children in heaven. Well, sometimes I'm really happy that I can help spirits, but sometimes I don't even know if it's real or not. It's still a puzzle in my mind, even now. The eerie ringing. About 2.5 years ago, I lived in a large building with about 8 floors. I lived on the 4th floor. During the time I lived in this building, our doorbell would often ring in the middle of the night. Once at 12 p.m., then at 2 a.m., and sometimes at 3 or 4. We had a doorbell that we could talk to the person who rang the doorbell, but every time the doorbell rang, there was no one there. The strange thing was after that, in about 5 minutes, the gong sounded again. We spoke into the receiver again, but no one could be heard. Sometimes the doorbell rang again after an hour. We called the police several times, but each time they came, no one was there. So one day, we decided to move to another apartment, and actually moved into a ground floor one. After 10 days of living there, the doorbell rang again at 4 a.m. And again, no one was there. Called the police again, but this time no one was there at all, and the incident repeated itself again and again. And each time we called the police, but they couldn't find anyone. The doorbell rang once, and when we picked up the phone, we heard very loud and eerie breathing. At this point, my husband couldn't take it anymore and opened the door. There was no one outside, and at the same time, we called the police, but again, no one was there. These things kept happening, and I could never find an explanation for them. I wondered what was behind all these strange events, but it was something supernatural, or maybe a strange series of coincidences. I also forgot to mention that when we talked about these incidents, no one would believe us. People thought we were crazy or thought we were making it all up. But then one night, one of my husband's friends came to visit. It was maybe 12 o'clock at night when we were watching a football game. At that moment, the doorbell rang. We went out, but as usual, no one was there. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang again, and again no one was there. My husband's friend was so shocked that he said, "I couldn't believe it, but now I'm just as shocked by what I saw." Still don't know what really happened in those strange moments. Were they supernatural phenomena or just strange coincidences? The more I try to explain what happened, the more questions arise and the more confusion comes. Will this inexplicable event happen again, and will I ever be able to find out the truth? I have no answers, only questions and the uncertainty remaining. I'm taking a class for my midterm is a ghost story. Hey, I'm taking a class called The Supernatural and the Occult. It's where I'm learning about how folklore and religion and beliefs and how they play into certain cultures. Our midterm, we were supposed to, quote-unquote, create a ghost story. Our final is called an essay, which is apparently anything but an essay. Currently working on a painting for that also. I work in construction, and a bunch of coworkers who read my ghost story thought it was really good. It should be turned into a movie script. Let me know what you think. The Delaney house. I bought this house with the intention of fixing it up, but I truly love the features of the existing interior of the house. I enjoy the ambience of the 1920s homes and their aesthetics. The hand-printed wallpaper, the wainscoting along the hallways, the original oak mantel above the fireplace. I got this home for an amazing price. I assumed it was due to its outdated style. As my clientele grew bigger, I needed space for all my fine art restoration supplies and incoming commissions. Luckily for me, this house came with an abandoned painting of a couple, the woman holding a baby in her arms. The painting was a perfect side project for me, considering my job and love for fixing old and broken things. On my first day in my new home, I was ecstatic about all the possibilities this place could hold. I invited over a girlfriend of mine to share a bottle of wine, help me unpack. She and I both discussed the vibes of the house's interior design. She, being more spiritually guided than me, noticed the house had a sad aura coming from it, and a smell that she couldn't quite place. I saw her disdain for the cold, stained, and deposed interior, and we laughed it off while continuing to unpack all my boxes. While unpacking, Andrea noticed the painting I found in the house some hours earlier. "Is that one of your new commissions? I thought you took a break in preparation for the move." "No," I said cheerfully. That came with the house, actually. Andrea saw my proud face, and I suspect she didn't want to extinguish it with her gripes about the home's weird aura. She smiled and smirked. "Laura, the last thing you need is more work. You know that, right?" "I know," I muttered in a reassuring voice. "But imagine how beautiful it would look up in the living room once it's all fixed up." She inevitably succumbed to my excitement. We continued unpacking. Once Andrea left, I head upstairs to get ready for bed, lit some candles while the hot water from my shower was running. I proceeded to zone out, enjoying the warm water brushing against my face. Suddenly, I felt a hand grazing on my shoulder. I jumped and turned around to find nothing behind me. I peered past the shower curtain to see that my bathroom door and windows were still closed. At that moment, I collected myself and concluded it was simply my exhaustion and my mind playing tricks on me. Turning off the water and getting into my robe, I remembered Andrew's comments from earlier, how the house had a sad aura. My mind immediately went to my house being haunted, but I giggle at the thought of, my luck ushering me to buy a haunted house. As I got dressed, I toyed with all the possible scenarios in my head, none of which I could explain without some spectral entity being involved. I again chuckled to myself, convinced it was the wine, and maybe I was just losing it. Over the next week, I began to get more visits from what I presumed was a ghost. I was a little uneasy the first day, but I soon came to realize this ghost was more of a nuisance than scary. When I would go get paper in the morning, he'd lock me out for an hour or so, only to let me back in exactly 1 hour later. Once I'd set the newspaper down on the coffee table, he'd flip the pages around as if he were sitting right next to me reading. This is what made me come up with the name Bill. The paper would always be left in a column discussing the president's achievements. The subsequent days after my first encounter with Bill, I tried to continue my daily routine to no avail. Between work and daily chores, my days were filled with persistent pipe-banging, drawers slamming, and window tappings. I felt like I was going crazy. So much so that I had become angry rather than scared. On Saturday, I'd finally had enough. "What the hell is your problem?" I screamed. Exhausted and realizing I'd just been yelling at my kitchen cabinets, I took a step back, took a deep breath, and collected myself. I had the impression Bill was trying to tell me something. I figured the only way to be able to truly communicate with him was through a psychic or some other means. Considering I just bought a house, I didn't want to take my chances with a sham psychic. And in this case, only time will tell. Months passed. Between renovations and upkeep, I'd finished my 4th commission since buying my home. I'd finally seized some free time, but I had no clue what to do with it. Caught a speck of light out of the corner of my eye. The sunlight from my studio's window was reflecting off the painting that I found in my home. I'd left it in the corner behind a few other passion projects. I decided to grab it and begin fixing it, and as I was setting up my supplies, I began to truly observe the painting for the first time. I first set out to fix the large tear in the center of the portrait. The tearing of the portrait seemed to be from a cut of some sort. It started from the bottom right corner and continued up toward the man's face. The man and woman in the portrait both had stern but somber facial expressions. The man in the painting has a slick back haircut with a carefully trimmed mustache. He was wearing a beautiful navy blue suit, thin vertical gray stripes. His pose complemented the woman he was sitting adjacent to, dressed in a muted pink vintage A-line dress. The sleeves of the dress were fluttered and layered in ruffles, angling down toward the baby lying in her lap. Unlike a couple, or the couple, the baby in the portrait looked like an afterthought. It had been painted to look like it was just placed there in the woman's lap, not being held or coddled. It had been some time since Bill had emerged, and I'd begun to think he'd vanished completely. But as soon as I began, the glue ripped pieces of the painting back together. My solvent jar fell, shattered on the floor. I groaned in frustration, headed to the closet to grab my broom and a rag. While wiping the floor down, I put pressure on one of the floorboards, only for it to give out. My hand fell through the floor. Startled at first, then noticed a shiny object. It was hidden between the floor joists. Pulling it out, I noticed this was an old silver baby rattle. Out of the blue, I started to hear somebody crying from my bedroom. Dropping the rattle, I walked over to see what the sound was. As soon as I passed through the door frame, the crying stopped. I began to see the walls leaking drops of water. Started the crown molding and cascaded down the teal-colored wallpaper. It was as if my eyes were crying. The walls, rather. I rushed to the bathroom to grab some towels, but as soon as I returned, the water was gone. A few weeks later, the portrait was finished. While adding my last coat of varnish, I feel a sense of pride and accomplishment wash over me like a wave. Head to my room to grab my camera to capture my achievement. Looking at the photo, I was stunned to notice the baby seemed to be missing from the artwork. As I glanced back at the painting, I'm stunned again to find the baby has altogether disappeared. Picked the painting up and I stared at it, trying to reason with myself. Could the baby have been a figment of my subconscious? But I remember there being a baby in the woman's lap, right? In an instant, I feel this sharp, searing pain in my chest. I grabbed my chest and started to stumble. I reach for my desk to catch myself. That's as my vision starts to fade. I woke up staring at the ceiling. I felt defeated. I knew deep down all the auspicious signs and omens were pointing to something. I just didn't know what. Was it Bill trying to tell me something, or was it the house? All I came to realize was I needed to know what the hell happened in this house. The next morning I packed a bag and headed to a local library. I asked the counterwoman where the public records are located. She sent me to the back of the library. She pointed to a few stalls of books, then asked if I knew what I was looking for. I'm looking for any kind of newspaper article about my house. Well, where do you live, darling? The librarian exclaimed. I bought an old house in October Lane a few months ago. Been having these strange things happen, and I need answers or I'm going to go crazy, I said with a serious but joking undertone. Oh. The realtor never told you the history of the Delaney house. Delaney house, I thought. Up until this point, I never thought my house had any substantial history. The librarian ushers me over to a shelf, plucks a large leather-bound book with the inscription, Pine Grove Ledger 1920 to 1930. She hands me the book. You should read it yourself then. For the next few hours, I proceed to read through each of the town's history, year to year, from new restaurants opening and yearly carnivals to high school football championships, 4th of July firework displays, and really nothing caught my eye. That was until I found an article from 1929 that read as follows. Tragedy in Pine Grove. Mother slays infant. Husband missing. Madness blamed in shocking domestic horror. Pine Grove Ledger, August 5th, 1929. Pine Grove, New York. Scene of a ghastly, violent act shook the quiet hamlet of Pine Grove late Tuesday afternoon, when Mrs. Elizabeth Delaney, 25, was discovered sprawled upon her front lawn, her frock soaked in blood and her gaze vacant as a winter sky. Neighbors alerted authorities after witnessing the disheveled woman crawling upon the grass, murmuring incoherently and clutching a child's rattle. Upon entry into the modest Delaney residence on October Lane, officers were met with a sight most dreadful. The lifeless body of young Thomas Delaney, the couple's only child, aged 1, who found cold and still in his cradle, bearing the unmistakable marks of violent trauma. The child, once said to be cheerful as a spring morning, now lay a victim of inexplicable maternal madness. Mr. William Delaney, 28, clerk at the local post office, he was nowhere to be found. Despite an immediate search of the premises and surrounding area, no trace of the husband has yet been uncovered. Authorities fear the worst, though nobody has been recovered. According to neighbors and acquaintances, the Delaneys were regarded as a respectable and loving couple. The picture of domestic bliss, said Mrs. Agnes Holloway, a nearby resident. But those close to the family reveal that tragedy struck 3 months ago. That's when Mrs. Delaney suffered a miscarriage that left her health and spirit shattered. It was as if a shadow took a hold of her, reported one source. She ceased to speak to anyone and would sit for hours by the nursery window rocking an empty cradle. Investigators now believe that the unfortunate miscarriage may have unhinged the young mother's mind, sending her into a state of melancholic delusion, one that culminated in the ghastly act. Following her arrest, Mrs. Delaney was taken to Briarfield County Sanatorium. It's where doctors have since declared her in a state of profound mental disarray. During brief periods of lucidity, the woman has uttered only fragments, speaking of voices of shadows, and once chillingly, the walls are screaming. No formal confession has ever been given regarding the disappearance of Mr. Delaney, but foul play is strongly suspected. Though no charges were initially filed, the district's court convened a grand jury last week. The matter was brought to trial amid much public curiosity and macabre fascination. Yesterday, the jury returned a verdict of clinically insane, declaring Mrs. Delaney unfit to stand criminal trial. She will remain indefinitely under the care of physicians at the sanatorium. Sheriff Tully remarked in closing, "It is a case that chills the very marrow. A house once full of life now only echoes with sorrow and silence." The investigation into Mr. Delaney's whereabouts remains ongoing. I was mute. How couldn't I have known? Why wasn't I told? All the pieces started coming together. The rattle, the screaming walls, the disappearing baby. I only wondered now, was I communing with William or Elizabeth? I headed to the front desk to check out the book. The librarian saw my stunned face as I passed her book. She asked if I was all right, and I told her I wish somebody had told me what had happened. "Knowledge is power," she exclaimed, "but it's also a curse." My mother knew Mrs. Delaney back in the day. They were friends. She always beat herself up for not being able to see the signs or say something before it was too late. Between my racing thoughts and urge to get home, I asked, "Did you ever find Mr. Delaney? Or did they?" "Oh, heavens no," she said. "If you ask me, though, I always thought he ran off with another woman." She weirdly smiled and handed me back my book. While walking away, I wondered how it would be possible for somebody to just vanish into thin air. The drive home felt somber and uncomfortable. I had a gut feeling that Bill or whoever they were trying to tell me something. I just couldn't piece it together until now. I parked and headed up the sidewalk when I noticed a light shining through the upstairs window. I didn't remember leaving a light on. The more I stared at the window, the more I noticed it was off-putting. The window to the left was my bedroom window. The window to the right, well, that was the bathroom window, but I don't remember this window. Thinking my mind was playing tricks on me again, I ran inside, headed up the stairs. I sprinted to my bathroom and looked out the window, and sure enough, there was an unfamiliar window to the right of the bathroom. The more I looked around my bathroom and bedroom, the more I observed there to be a missing space, almost as if there was an extra room between the two. Went out into the hallway and instinctually started peeling at the wallpaper. The plaster behind it seemed to be a different color than the rest of the house, almost lighter. Grabbed a hammer from my studio, started hacking at the wall. Piece by piece, bit by bit, the wall started to come down, and behind it I found a door. Once the door was fully uncovered, I ceased my manic exhaustion, and taking a deep breath, I opened the door. The room was covered in a motif of vines and flowers, all different shades of pink, and to the right of the door was an empty cradle covered in decades of dust and mold. But to the left, slumped in the corner, was a man. He wore a stunning navy blue suit with vertical gray stripes. His hair and body were worn away, and a hole was left in the breast of his suit. And in his lap, draped around his hands, was a garnet-speckled blanket with the embroidered letters TD. I'm standing on the sidewalk staring at my front door. The officer next to me is saying something, but I can't hear him. I watch as the coroners carefully wheel the stretcher down the porch steps and into their van. Part of me's relieved. The other part of me wishes this closure could have come to the family, or whomever's left to remember. Just as I turned to thank the officer, I felt a chill breeze brush past the nape of my neck and through my hair. As the van pulled out of the driveway, I watched as the light in my mysterious window slowly flickered away. Screams in the neighbor's backyard shed. After I went to college, my little brother still lived at my mom's house. Late at night when she was asleep, he would sneak into her driveway to smoke a cigarette. He did this a lot, and one night he was out a little bit later than normal, around 3 a.m. Right across from my mom's house lived an older couple who traveled a lot. And on this night, they weren't home. They had a big backyard with a lot of mature trees and shrubbery and outbuildings, like a chicken coop and a couple of old sheds. As my brother was sitting out there, he heard a scream come from their backyard, and it sounded like a man yelling, "Ah!" Almost like he's in pain, very guttural and primal, but muffled and distant. My brother was petrified. The screaming continued for a few moments, then stopped. He said he had this horrible feeling like he was terrified of it, instead of worried for whoever it was, so went back inside the house and tried to forget about it. A couple of weeks later, he went just back outside, maybe 3 a.m. again, and the exact same time as before, he heard the screams again. It sounded like the exact same as before, too, and again, he was absolutely terrified. Several weeks later, the woman who lived in that house was taking a walk while the brother was outside. She stopped to say hi, and my brother decided to tell her about the screaming. She chuckled and said, yeah. When they moved into that house years ago, the children who had lived there had told them that the backyard shed was haunted. I'm actually traumatized by this. I was talking with my nephew's mom in the kitchen. That's when, out of nowhere, I noticed something looking in through the window. She saw me staring and looked over too, and as soon as our eyes met, we both looked back at the entity. It bent down and disappeared. We rushed to tell my dad, but by the time we got there, no one or nothing was around. And after that, I saw a few more times, always in that same spot where we first saw it. It looked like a human, but with no face, just a smoky, transparent, line-like figure. The fourth or fifth time I saw it's when things really started getting scary. Sitting in the kitchen, eating dinner by myself, and out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something looking through the business of my window. Bushes. Business. Exactly the same as what I'd seen in my nephew's mom. After that, I saw it about 5 more times in the same spot. Every time it appeared, I didn't have my phone, and every time when I was alone, it was when I'd shown up. And this all happened between October and December, so it spanned a good amount of time. Talked to my parents and family about it, and as far as my dad, I'm not really sure what he believed. He did say he thought I saw something, but he really wasn't sure what it was. He and my younger brother, who's grown, decided to wait and see for themselves. Unfortunately, every time they did, it didn't come. Second to last time I saw it, my mom and younger sister were around. I noticed it and yelled, "Look behind you!" They both got really scared and replied, "Hell no," so they didn't see it. After that experience in November, I maybe almost went 3 weeks without seeing it. Then the final time I saw it was actually on my sister's birthday. My younger sister and I were in the kitchen, sitting in my usual spot when I spotted the creepy figure in the bush again, but this time it stood up about 7 feet tall, started walking this time. Still looked smoky and transparent, but it had hair and eyes of a skeleton and a nose shape with no actual face or body. Yelling at my sister to look, she said no and started running away, and I followed, but I was also screaming because what the fuck? Ran into my parents' room, never called my mom mommy or mama, and didn't even realize I screamed mommy until she had told me afterwards. I was shaking so bad. Evil healer and paranormal beings attacking. So I decided to go to a supposed healer, which later became the biggest mistake I could have made. When I went to her straight away, I got a vibe in my gut. But I was desperate, told her everything that happened. Then she said I was being attacked by a jealous, envious person close to me. Some ambiguous crap. Then put some incense and started muttering some very weird sounding verses which I couldn't really make out. I felt that familiar feeling of entities running up my spine. I lost consciousness and woke up wearing only my boxers and a towel on top of me. I was disoriented and confused and sweating buckets. Turned to look for the healer and literally saw the female healer's face morphing in and out of, like, a shadow form. I suddenly passed out again. Sometime later I woke up and felt better, and I was so shocked and so out of it I didn't even ask her why I was half naked. I just changed and paid, and she gave me some things that she said would help. I accepted and then left. After leaving, everything was great for 2 weeks. Come the 3rd week, I have my first ever, most frightening demonic attack in which they're literally throwing me around my room. And bear in mind, I'm 6'3", 90 kilograms. This was enough to really shake me up. And they would be constantly having conversations in my head with each other and how they were going to kill me. And they would also give me visual hallucinations and audio hallucinations, constantly laughing in pleasure while tormenting me. Thought maybe I should leave the country and go back to my home country, so I did, only for them to follow me 1,000 miles and torment me even more. That was when I realized either me or them or one of us has to go. Either I die or they die, and from then on I did extensive research on really what they are, and I would ignore them when they would try and tell me some new information or knowledge, because I learned for every one truth they speak 99 lies. Then when I started to find results and understand them more, they become desperate and would increase the torment and negative thoughts of self-doubt. Not just self-doubt, but paranoia and body pain. I stayed patient and steadfast, carried on researching really what they are, and it took me nearly 2 years to get a full picture. But me knowing what they are was only the top of the iceberg. I had to remove these cunning things who were so deceiving and tricky. And so by luck, actually, I ended up going to Turkey with an idea in mind of going to Hage Sophie. It's a church or a mosque, to get some clarity. Bear in mind, I grew up Orthodox Christian. My parents are also practicing Christians, so I was kind of confused whenever I would call them, or I was kind of confused whenever I would call out to Jesus, the demons would get angry. There's a couple of reasons why the demons got angry when I would mention Jesus Christ. It isn't because I was on the right path to removing them. You have to realize that when they enter you, they want your mind first, since they already have your body. Then they want you to worship them, and that's always their end goal. Now, of course, they'll get angry if you really do. If you worship anything other than them, that is. But anger isn't the reaction you want to see. You want them to be in fear and in pain, so much so that they start to burn. Hope that makes sense to you. Or in simple terms, anger causes resentment and revenge in this creature. They're very emotional and petty. Fear causes them to distance themselves from you and avoid you. You get the gist. So after trial and error, I now found myself in Turkey, lost and tired, and Then I heard a song, an Islamic call to prayer being played. It was called at mosque, and straight away, I know I'm trying, Gecko, all the words are crazy. I'm trying to edit it as I talk. I felt as those powerful entities who were so strong, so big, so evil, so cruel, I felt their fear for the first time just for a millisecond. Then they suddenly retracted into the deepest part of my body to hide. And that was the first time I'd felt calm. No body pains, no voices in my head, no nothing. Such a long time I listened to this call of prayer and walked further toward the sounds. Each step was as if they were going further into the deepest, darkest corners of my body to hide, just so they didn't have to hear. And then I had a eureka moment. Why don't I go find out what that prayer they're singing is called? I went to their mosque and asked, and they told me it's called the Adhan. I then told one of the guys the effect it had on me, the calmness. He said I even told him about my demon problem. He simply said, yep, gives calmness to body and makes the demons run. They can't stand it. From that moment on, I carried on my research with a new weapon in hand, which was at any time I would feel them creeping back or starting their games, I would plug my headphones and crank up the volume. I would enjoy making them shut up. Also, then running into hiding in the far depths of my body, which would give me more control, more clarity of mind, and calmness, which I can only describe as truly serene. However, it wasn't enough to remove them, only enough to subdue and keep them at bay. So I carried on researching. Still find other ways since they're very cunning. Like, for example, when I'd be asleep and defenseless, they would attack in dreams, try to dissuade me from using that adhan or call to prayer via dead family members in dreams. And overall, they upped their shenanigans in such way that I almost fell for it. But then I had know too much, and as soon as I refused, all those feelings of love disappeared. They switched to their true real nature of hate and malice. Straight away I would wake up sweating. I would say that was my second battle in which I had won against them, which gave me confidence and a sense of accomplishment. That was because I always thought that these things were too powerful, too cunning, always one step ahead. Then I realized they were powerful, but not all powerful. And from that point on, I carried on with my research with a new mindset all the way until I was able to remove them from myself. All of that without going to any healer or priest or sheik or any shaman or witch. All 7 were removed by the will of God, and my consistent belief in the fact that if God has created all beings, then these things are not above and the only one true God. No matter whether they lie and call themselves angels, Indian gods, or Jesus' dead relatives, which they are not even. That simple, clear-cut in stone belief was what was able to keep me from going mad and giving up. And of course, I took major steps and experiments to finally get rid of them for good, and up to today I'm perfectly fine. And I've seen basically anything even remotely like what I was experiencing before. Health-wise, mental health, physical health, relationship, family, work, overall quality of life. 100% output. When my mother was pregnant with my youngest sister. I've had many encounters in my 30-plus years, along with my parents and other family members. The craziest encounter, if you want to call it that, was when I was 10. I don't necessarily think of it as somebody who was deceased, but that'll make more sense after reading this. This was in the year 2000, as while my mother was pregnant with my youngest sister. During the majority of her first and second trimester, there were many unexplainable activities happening. I was 10, my brother was 9, and my other little sister was 6. Experiencing these things was legit scary as a child, but it happened all the time. You sort of get used to it. I had a Barbie doll Britney Spears stage. There was multiple yellow buttons along the front and top of it. Each button played a different Britney song. My brother had one of those remote RC cars, but the remote didn't have any batteries in it. We had a computer with a big old monitor on the desk, but of the tower was on the floor next to the desk. My Barbie stage would constantly go off on its own, playing different songs at random times. It would light up during playing these songs. At first, we thought it was just malfunctioning, but after a while, the order of songs always being random and the time of day or night would happen was always different. There was no rhyme or reason. The RC car would slowly move down the hallway. It wasn't fast, it would just move a foot or so, then stop for a second, start moving again, and then stop, and this would happen at random times. Again, the remote didn't have batteries in it, so it baffled my entire family. My mom would say that we have a ghost, but again, not so sure about that. The computer would turn on and off on its own, but you could hear the tower power button being pressed. It was pressing the button very fast, non-stop. Click, 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 click. Then it would stop. The computer would either be on or off, and it got pretty annoying when we'd be playing a game on it. Then it would start the button thing. It got to the point where we would constantly be talking to it. My younger sister would be so scared she would cry. Our dog would stare at random walls or corners of the house, and it would wag its tail and follow the RC car. Whatever or whoever it was, our dog acted like he loved it. And in my mom's third trimester, right before she went into labor, all the activity just stopped. Fast forward a bit. All right. My sister's born. She's crawling around now, and she would hit random buttons on my Barbie stage. While sitting there and sort of swaying to each song at random times of the day, she did it a lot, by the way. She loved it the more that I did it. She would go to the computer and press the power button quickly and stop for a while and sit on the RC car. She'd use her feet to push herself down the hallway. She would go like a foot or so and then stop. Go another foot or so, then stop. Continue all the way down the hall. My parents, my siblings, and myself are all convinced that the paranormal activity that would happen during my mom's pregnancy was my youngest sister's spirit or soul before she was in her actual body. How or why, I have no idea. We told my sister this story, and my parents have shared the story with their friends. Some people believe and some people don't. It was one of those experiences we shared as a family. It wasn't bad experiences, just something crazy that I literally can't explain. When you think of ghosts or the paranormal, you think of people who are deceased and crossed over. So I literally have no idea how somebody who wasn't born yet would actually, like an active baby or young toddler before birth, it was really this experience that opened my mind to other possibilities. Even my religious mother couldn't make sense of it and started to open her mind. I began to think there's a lot more to life and consciousness, even before or after death. Possibly something the human mind can't process. I'm just curious if anybody else has had anything like that happen to them. My family can't be the only one. I know several people who've had paranormal experiences during their pregnancy, like maybe a loved one visiting them. I haven't heard a story similar to my own yet. The curtain. The incident. This happened on a B777. It was on a long haul many years back. I was a cabin crew. I just finished my crew rest on a late night flight. I was heading back to work. I was the last one to leave the crew bunk and everybody else had already gone ahead. The bunk area was eerily silent, and the hum of the plane was the only sound that filled the air. I looked around and all the other bunks were empty, their curtains drawn open, leaving the space feeling unusually still. I climbed the steep and narrow staircase toward the cabin. The stairs is designed in such a way that my back have to be facing the bunks when climbing out. Suddenly, I heard it, the unmistakable sound of curtains being drawn. It was loud enough to break the eerie silence. It immediately caught my attention and I froze. What made it so strange was completely alone in the crew bunk, and there was only one way in or out, and I was standing on it. The sound of the curtains being drawn was inexplicable, especially since I was the only person left. I did not dare to look back. My heart racing, I continued my way back to the cabin. So, was it just a coincidence? Or something else at play? I'll never forget the feeling of standing there in the eerie quiet listening to that sound. Till today, my hair still stand on its end, thinking of that incident. And I hope you've enjoyed your time on this earth until today, and continuing on thereafter. And I hope, most of all, that you have sweet dreams. See ya. You've just entered Paranormal M, where the ordinary ends and the haunted begins. Each episode brings new chilling discoveries, pulled straight from the shadows. Subscribe and tap the bell to uncover what most people are too afraid to face. The Girl in the Black Dress. I still remember the first time I saw her. It was a Saturday morning. My sister, with whom I shared a room, was just kind of running around. I'd been sleeping until she woke me up. I remember hearing her footsteps and rolling over to watch her grab some toys, running back out of the door, the sun painting our room a golden yellow. A few more minutes, I thought to myself as I went to roll back over, and as I did, I saw her out of the corner of my eye, standing beside me, looking down at me. Though her face I couldn't quite make out, I saw that she was pale and had long black hair and a black dress with red. I remember sitting up and looking around thinking, who or what was that? On our second encounter, it was well past midnight. I remember laying in bed struggling to sleep. The light from the living room illuminated the foot of my bed. I remember laying on my side staring at the wall, trying my best to fall asleep. That's when I saw her again out of the corner of my eye. The same pale girl standing at the foot of my bed, blocking some of the soft light that trickled in this time. And I could see her well. Her long black hair, her pale face and dark eyes, her black dress with red detailing. Oddly enough, I didn't feel scared, and in fact the next thing I remember was being woken up by my grandparents for breakfast. My third time seeing her was almost a year later. Deep down, of course, I never forgot her. From my bed I could see through her living room to the front door. It was late once more, another round of insomnia. Something I never quite grew out of. I saw her again standing in the doorway, which separated the kitchen and living room by the front door. She stood there looking through at me, and I felt like she knew I was looking back. She was the same as I always saw her pale face, black red dress, long black hair. But she looked, or, well, felt sad. One thing that had changed was she wasn't alone this time. She held the hand of a tall, dark shadow. I remember how inky black it looked. The only feature I was able to make out was a cowboy hat on its head. I fell asleep not too long after. I remember feeling sad. I remember feeling warm tears rolling down my face before finally falling asleep. The next morning, when her grandparents woke us up, our aunt was at her home and she asked us to sit down. Said that she had something to tell us. My brother and I looked at each other, and it was as if both of us had already knew what was coming. We asked if our father had passed away. I remember the shocked look on their faces and them asking how we knew. I couldn't tell you how my brother knew. Maybe he had felt that some sadness that night, and maybe he saw her as well. But for me, it was like she was an omen or a harbinger, maybe. Every time I saw her, something bad would happen. Fights, car accidents, death, and a shocking twist, my car malfunctioning or frying the computer. Also, funny enough, at midnight. Something happened when I was younger. So basically, when I was younger, 4 to 6, I used to sleep in with my parents and in the bed with them. One night I woke up and in my parents' bed with me was my grandparents. I thought it was weird since I was in my parents' bed and touched my granddad's back. He woke up and said something. I can't remember what exactly he said, but I think he said something to my nanny. My nanny said something back to him. I think she said that I was okay. Then I remember getting out of the bed and going downstairs for a drink. This was weird because even now I never go downstairs after I get into bed, and definitely don't do it when I was younger. When I got back upstairs, my nanny and granddad were gone. My mom and dad were now in the bed. I don't know what happened, and was just really curious to find out. This might be the wrong subreddit to post this, but oh well. And just to add, I also had asthma around this time. Also never brought this up to anyone. I don't feel safe in my house. Ever since my father died back in 2018, I've been feeling uneasy. I remember my first experience with the paranormal being maybe 2 years after my father's passing. I was in bed asleep and it was maybe 3 or 2 a.m., not quite sure. I woke up like I often did back then, so it wasn't anything out of the ordinary. So what I did was just listen to noises from outside because I couldn't fall back asleep. Then I started hearing what either sounded like footsteps or wood cracking from downstairs. The house I live in with my family was built in the 80s and has hardwood floor. Indeed. So those cracks are pretty common. This time, though, it sounded more like someone or something walking up the stairs. Quick context before I keep going. After my father's death, my mom always locked the door that led from the staircase to the floor where our bedrooms are. That's because she didn't feel as safe anymore, as she would put it. So I hear those noises stop, right at the door. I thought to myself, okay, so this was probably just the wood. But then, and I shit you not. If you don't believe me, that's fine, but I know what I heard. I heard the sound of the doorknob being pressed down, violent and shaking. Somehow, my brother and my mother didn't wake up from all that noise, and me, being a kid, just froze still and closed my eyes, hoping it would go away. When I woke up in the morning, I told my mom, and she said that the noise was probably just a letter being thrown in the mailbox. But at 2 a.m.? Over the next years, I get paranoid, and that's maybe the origin of some of the things I experienced. Some of the stuff I experienced was feeling something graze my shoulder, hearing a disembodied voice from downstairs while my mom was in the garden. My brother heard it too. The sudden feeling of being watched and footsteps in Home Alone. My dog just staring at random places with her ears pricked. Things disappearing and reappearing, and especially in places we didn't put them. Seeing stuff from the corner of the eye and sudden freezing winds in a room with a closed window in the summer. I have no idea what's happening, but I'm sick of it. Terrified to go anywhere in the house alone at this point. Everyone I tell, including my family, tells me it's because I watch too many horror videos. But I'm not crazy. I live in the far north of Scotland. This place almost feels cursed. For the past 2.5 years now, I've been living in the north of Scotland Highlands. When I say north, I mean as far north as you can possibly go. I live in a region called Caithness. It's in a small coastal town of Thurso, which is actually the northernmost town in the British mainland. I'd always wanted to live in the Scottish Highlands, which seemed a far cry from my gloomy hometown in Yorkshire, England. When my dad and his partner told me they bought an old house up here, I jumped at the opportunity. From what they told me, Caithness sounded like the perfect destination. There were seals and otters in the town's river, dolphins and orcas in the sea, and at certain times of the year, you could see the northern lights in the night sky. But despite my initial excitement of finally getting to live in the Scottish Highlands, full of beautiful mountains, amazing wildlife, and vibrant culture, I would soon learn the region I had just moved to was far from idyllic. So many tourists flood here each summer, but when you actually choose to live here in a harsh and freezing coastal climate, this place feels more like purgatory. More than that, this place actually feels cursed. This probably just sounds like superstition on my part, but what almost convinces me of this belief more than anything else here is that disturbing things have washed up on the shore, each one supposedly worse than the last, and they all have to do with death. First thing I discovered here happened maybe a couple of months after I moved to Caithness. In my spare time, I took to exploring the coastline around the Thurso area. It was on one of these days I started to explore what was east of Thurso. On the right-hand side of the mouth of the river, there's an old ruin of a castle. But past that leads to a cliff trail around the eastern coastline. I first started exploring this trail with my dog, Maisie. It was on a windy, rainy day. So we trekked down the cliff trail and onto the bedrocks by the sea, making our way around the curve of the cliff base, and we found something. Littered all over the bedrock floor were what seemed like dozens of dead seabirds. They were everywhere. It was as though they'd just fallen out of the sky and washed ashore. I just assumed that they either crashed into the rocks or were swept into the sea due to the stormy weather. Feeling like this was almost a warning, I decided to make my way back home, rather than risking being blown off the cliff trail. It wasn't until a day or so after, when I went back there to explore further down the coast, that a woman with a young daughter stopped me. Shouting across the other side of the road through the heavy rain, the woman told me that she had come from that direction, but that there was a warning sign for dog walkers, warning them the area was infested with dead seabirds that had died from bird flu. She said the warning had told dog walkers to keep their dogs on a leash at all times. Bird flu was contagious to them. This instantly concerned me, as the day before my dog Maisie had gotten close to death seabirds to sniff them. There was something else, something about meeting this woman, and kinda struck me as being weird. Although she was just a normal woman with her young daughter, they were walking a dog that was completely identical to Maisie, a small black and white border collie. Maybe that's why the woman was so adamant to warn me, because in my dog she saw her own, heading in the direction of danger. But why this detail was so weird to me was because it felt almost like an omen of some kind. She was leading with her dog, identical to mine, away from the contagious dead birds, as though I should have been doing the same. It almost felt as though it wasn't just the woman who was warning me, but something else. Something disguised as a coincidence. Curious as to what this warning sign was, I thanked the woman for letting me know before continuing with Maisie toward the trail. We reached the entrance of the castle ruins, and on the entrance gate I saw the sign that she had warned me about. The sign was bright yellow and outlined with contagion symbols. If the woman's warning wasn't enough to make me turn around, this sign definitely was. So I head back into town, all the while worrying that my dog might now be contagious. Thankfully, Maisie would be absolutely fine. Although, I would later learn that bird flu was common in the region, and so dead seabirds wasn't anything new. What I would stumble upon a year later, washed up in the town's beach, it would be far more sinister. In the summer the following year, like most days, I walked with Maisie along the town's beach, stretched from one end of the Thurso Bay to the other. I never really liked this beach because it was always covered in stacks of seaweed, but not only did it stink of sulfur, but it attracted swarms of flies and midges. Even if they weren't on you, you couldn't help but feel like you were being bitten all over your body. The one thing I did love about this beach was that on a clear enough day you could see in the distance one of the islands of Orkney. On a more cloudy or foggy day, it was as if this particular island was never there to begin with, and all you see instead is the ocean, and a false horizon. On one particular summer's day, I'm walking with Maisie along the beach. I'd let her off her lead as she loved exploring and finding new smells from the ocean. She was rummaging through the stacks of seaweed, and suddenly, Maisie had found something. I went to see what it was, and I realized it was something I'd never seen before. What we found lying on the top layer of seaweed was an animal skeleton. Wasn't sure what animal it belonged to exactly, but it was either a sheep or a goat, and there were many farms in Caithness and across the sea in Orkney. My best guess was that an animal on one of Orkney's coastal farms must have fallen off a ledge or a cliff, drowned, and it was kind of just its remains washing up here. Although I was initially taken back by the skeleton, grinning up at me with its molar-like teeth, something about this animal quickly caught my eye. The upper body was indeed skeletal remains, completely picked white clean, but the lower body was all still there. Still had its hooves and all its wet fur. The fur was dark gray, and as far as I could see, all meat underneath was still intact. Although disturbed by this carcass, I was also very confused. What I didn't understand was why had the upper body of this animal been completely picked off, whereas the lower part hadn't even been touched. What was weirder is the lower body hadn't even decomposed yet, still looked fresh. And I can still recollect the image of this dead animal in my mind's eye, and at the time, one of my first impressions I had of it was that it seemed almost satanic. It reminded me of the image of Baphomet, a goat's head on a man's body. What made me think this was not only the dark goat-like legs, but also the position the carcass was in. Although the carcass belonged to a goat or a sheep, the way the skeleton was positioned almost made it appear hominid. The skeleton was laid on its back with arm and leg on each side of its body. However, what I also have to mention about this incident is that, like the dead seabirds and the warnings of the concerned woman, this skeleton also felt like an omen. A bad omen. Thought it might have been at the time, and tell you the truth, it was. Not long after finding the skeleton washed up on the town's beach, my personal life suddenly takes a very dark and somewhat tragic downward spiral. I almost wish I could go into details of what happened. It would only support the idea of how much of a bad omen the skeleton would turn out to be. But it's rather personal. While I'll still live in this godforsaken place, come across one more thing that's washed ashore. And although I can't say whether it was more or less disturbing than the Baphomet-like skeleton I'd found, it was definitely bone-chilling. 6 or so months later, and into the Christmas season, I was still recovering from what personal thing had happened to me, almost foreshadowed by the Baphomet skeleton. It was also around this time that I'd gotten out of a long-distance relationship. I was only now finding closure, feeling as though I'd finally kind of gotten over it. I decided I wanted to go on a long hike by myself along the cliff trail east of Thurso. And so, the day after Christmas, Boxing Day, got my backpack together, packed a lunch for myself, and headed out at 6 a.m. The hike along the trail had taken me all day, and by the evening I'd walked so far I actually discovered what I first thought was a ghost town. What I found was an abandoned port settlement, which had the creepiest looking, disperse of old stone houses, as well as what looked like the ruins of an ancient round tower. As it turned out, this was actually the Castleton Heritage Center, a tourist spot. It seemed I had walked so far around the rugged terrain that I was now 10 miles outside of Thurso on the other side of the settlement with the distant cliffs of Dunnet Bay, which, compared to the cliffs I'd already trekked along, were far grander. Though I could feel my legs finally begin to give way, I kind of already was anticipating a long journey back along the trail, and I decided I was going to cross the bay and reach the cliffs. Then we kind of just make my way back home after. Considering what I would find there, this is the point in the journey where I should have stopped. By the time I'm making my way around the bay, it had become very dark. I'd already walked past more than half the bay, but the cliffs didn't feel any closer. It was at this point when I decided I really needed to turn around, and At night, walking back along the cliff trail was gonna be dangerous, and the parts of the trail that led down to the base of the cliff really couldn't afford a tide to really cut off my route. I made my way back through the abandoned settlement of the Heritage Center, and at night, this settlement definitely felt more like a ghost town. Shining my phone flashlight in the windows of the old stone houses, I was expecting to see a face or something peer out at me. What surprisingly made these houses scarier at night was a handful of old fishing boats that had been left outside of them. The wood they were made from looked very old, and the paint had almost been weathered off. But what was more concerning was that in this abandoned ghost town of a settlement, I wasn't alone. The van had pulled up with 3 or 4 young men getting out. I wasn't sure what they were doing exactly, but they were burning things into a trash can. And what it was they were burning, I didn't know, but as I made my way out of the abandoned settlement, every time I looked back at the men by the van, at least one of them were watching me. The abandoned settlement. The creepy men just burning things by their van. That wasn't even the creepiest thing I came across on that hike. The creepiest thing I found actually came as soon as I decided to head back home, before I was even back at the Heritage Center. Finally making my way back, I tried retracing my own footprints along the beach. It was so dark by now that I needed to use my phone flashlight to find them. As I wandered through the darkness with only the dim brightness of the flashlight to guide me, I came across something. Ahead of me, I could see a dark silhouette of something in the sand. It was too far away for my flashlight to reach. It seemed to me that it was just a big rock, so I wasn't all too concerned. But for some reason, I wasn't 100% convinced either. The closer I get to it, the more I think it could possibly be something else. I was right on top of it now. The silhouette didn't look much like a rock as I thought it did. If anything, it looked more like a very big fish. Almost like a tuna fish. Didn't even realize fish could get that big in and around these waters. Still unsure whether this was just a rock or a dead fish of sorts, but too afraid to shine my light on it, I decided I was going to touch it with my foot. My first thought was that I was going to feel like a hard rock beneath me, only to realize the darkness had played a trick on me. I lift up my foot and I press it on the dark silhouette. But what I felt wasn't hard rock, it was squishy. My first reaction was a little bit of shock. If this wasn't a rock like I originally thought, then it was something else, and had probably once been alive. Almost afraid to shine my light on whatever this was, I finally work up the courage to do it. Hoping this really is just a very big fish, I reluctantly shine my light on the dark, squidgy thing, but what the light reveals is something else. It was a seal, a dead seal pup. Seal carcasses do occasionally wash up in this region. It wasn't even the first time I saw one, but as I studied this dead seal with my flashlight, feeling my own skin crawl as I did it, I suddenly noticed something alarming. This seal pup had a chunk of flesh bitten out of it. For all I knew, this poor seal pup could have been hit by a boat, and that's what caused the wound. But the wound was round and basically a perfect bite shape. Depending on the time of year, there are orcas around these waters, which obviously hunt seals. But this bite was no bigger than what a fully grown seal could make. Did another seal do this? I know other animals will sometimes eat their young, but I never heard of seals doing this. But what was even worse than the idea that this pup was potentially killed by its own species was that this poor little seal pup, was missing its skull. Not its head, its skull. The skin was all still there, but it was empty, lying flat down against the sand. And just when I think it can't get any worse than this, I leave the seal to continue making my way back. That's when I come across another dark silhouette in the sand ahead. And I go toward it, and what I find, another dead seal pup. But once more, this one also had an identical wound. A fatal bite mark, and just like the other one, the skull was missing. I could accept that they'd been killed by either a boat or, more likely from the evidence, an attack from another animal, but How did both of these seals with the exact same wounds in the exact same space, have both their skulls missing? I didn't understand it at all. These seals hadn't been ripped apart either. They only had one bite mark each. Would the seal or seals that killed them really remove their skulls? I didn't know. I still don't. But what I do know is that both of these carcasses were identical. Completely identical. Which was strange. They clearly died the same way. And more than likely knew how they died. But what happened to their skulls? As it happens, it's actually common for seal carcasses to be found headless, apparently. They'd been tumbling around in the turf for a while. The head can detach from the body before washing ashore. And the only other answer I could find was scavengers. Something other, like animals will scavenge the body and remove the head. What other animals that was, I wasn't really sure. But at least now I had more than one explanation as to why these seal pups are missing their skulls. Even if I didn't know which answer that was. Although I now had reasoned out the cause of these missing skulls, it still struck me as weird as to how these skull pups were seal pups, were almost identical to each other in their demise. Maybe one of them could lose their skulls, but could they really both do that? I suppose so. Unlike the other things I found washed ashore, these dead seals thankfully didn't feel much of an omen. More like a common occurrence to the region. But growing up most of my life in Yorkshire, England, where nothing ever happens, and suddenly moving to what seemed like the edge of the world and finding mutilated remains of animals, it definitely stays with you. For the past 2.5 years that I've been here, I almost do feel as though this region is cursed. Not only because I found things washed ashore, and after all, dead things wash up here all the time, I almost feel like this place is cursed for a number of reasons. Despite the natural beauty all around, this place does somewhat feel like a purgatory. A depressive place that attracts lost souls from all around the UK. Many of the locals leave this place, migrating far down south to places like Glasgow. On the contrary, it seems a fair number of people like me have come from afar to live here. Mostly retired English couples who, for some reason, choose this place above all others to live comfortably before the day they die. Perhaps, like me, they thought this place would be idyllic, only to find out that they were wrong. The rest of the population are either junkies or convicted criminals relocated here from all around the country. And if anything, you could even say that Caithness is the UK's Alaska, where people come to get far away from their past. Maybe even themselves. But instead, amongst the natural beauty, are harassed by a cold, dark, depressing climate. Maybe this place isn't actually cursed, and maybe it's really just a remote area in the far north of Scotland that has, for UK standards, a very unforgiving climate. Regardless, I won't be here for much longer. Maybe the ghost that followed me here will follow me wherever I may end up next. And a fair bit of warning. If you do choose to come here, make sure you only come in the summer. But whatever you do, if you have your own personal demons of any kind, whatever you do, just don't move here. I don't know where they're really from, but perfectly circular bite marks. I think they call those cookie cutter sharks, right? I don't know, I'm reaching back pretty far. Encarta far. Shout out to anybody that remembers Encarta. UFOs in Yorkshire, England. My true childhood paranormal experience. Ever since I was a very young lad, I always pondered the existence of extraterrestrials. Perhaps like all of us from a certain age, but for me, growing up in the northeast of England, no older than 10, the existence of aliens or UFOs for that matter, it was as mysterious and uncertain as the existence of God himself. Even the existence of other things like vampires or werewolves or Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster, Nessie as we Brits like to call her, was either as likely or unlikely to exist. As that young blonde-haired boy with pointy ears, the only aliens I knew of were from the movies I watched. Whether it was War of the Worlds or Independence Day, these movies could only imagine the possibility of alien life and the consequences of that, without providing the real thing. But by the end of 2012, and barely into secondary school, it would seem I may finally have my answer, whether I really accepted it or not. I've recently shared both of my childhood UFO experiences before. But being a writer by trade, I thought I'd use my craft to revisit them, in the hope of fleshing out as much of these two mysteries as possible, so I could decisively decide if what I saw as a boy was indeed real or not. For the reader, it'll also be up to you to decide if the events I witnessed happened as I saw them, or maybe my childhood imagination got the better of me, or if I'm really just full of it. Not that it's really worth much of a damn without any evidence, but the following of what I'm about to tell you did in fact happen, and as I saw it, and to the best of my recollection. By the year 2012, I'd been growing up in the East Riding of Yorkshire for the past 7 years. In the average-sized but oddly named port town of Goodwill. This town was no particular interest, really, except perhaps for its two landmarks, two rather tall water towers, humorously named the Salt and Pepper Pots. Settled beside a tributary river, Goodwill was sparsely surrounded by patches of farmland and large crop fields. Perhaps the perfect setting for a UFO story. Like the crop circle stories I knew in the United States, my first UFO experience wouldn't happen in some field on the outskirts of town, but in the town itself. More precisely, it would happen no more than 100 meters outside of my bedroom window. Unfortunately, I don't remember the precise year this event took place, although I do know it happened in either 2011 or 2012. Therefore, it was either in my final year of primary school or my nerve-wracking first year of secondary. Regardless, I would have been around 11 years old. As a child, and even through my teens, I was always a bad sleeper, either getting no sleep at all or waking up in the very early hours of the morning. And it was on one of these early mornings that I woke up to my silent, pitch-black bedroom. Everyone else in my house fast asleep. Not having an alarm clock or a phone to tell the time, I wondered what time of night it was. I perhaps know how much sleep I could get. As I said, this was all a regular occurrence for me, as was peeking my head through the curtain next to my bedside to see if the sky was still dark. But looking out from my bedroom window, I would have seen my 20-meter-long garden which I regularly played football on, as well as the neighbor's house on the other side of the back garden fence. But what I saw then, in a short distance over the road of this particular neighboring house, would be a complete first. What I saw, flying or gliding or simply just moving, about 100 meters or less away from my bedroom window, was what I can only describe as a flying saucer-shaped like object. In the past, I described this object as the most stereotypical flying saucer shape you could ever see or imagine. The night was too dark to see its color. I remember it making a distinctive humming noise as it moved over the town beneath it. But how I knew this object was saucer-shaped was because of, really, as it moved, it indeed hummed. A single row of small bright lights moved around and around. At that age, if I imagined a flying saucer, I would have pictured a particularly large craft. But this object seemed no larger than a car or maybe a small van. The speed at which this thing moved was not particularly fast or slow, but fast enough so that, I was seeing it was gone in the next 5 to 10 seconds. Not knowing if what I'd just seen was in fact real or just a dream, I pinched and slapped myself hard enough to wake up almost anyone. But I was awake, and as you can imagine, I was in disbelief. If any one thing, paranormal or otherwise, that you didn't already know or believe in just appeared to you, confirming absolute proof whether it was God or Jesus Christ, heaven or hell, even ghosts, and yes, aliens, I think anybody would have had the very same first reaction. This can't be real. I must be dreaming. Do I need to question the meaning of my own understanding of life? That was the reaction that I remember having. Irrational in the face of the unbelievable. And if you were to ask me what I did next, having witnessed such an extraordinary and incomprehensible sight, you'd be surprised to learn that what I did was simply lay back down on my pillow and eventually fall back to sleep. You'd probably be surprised, but that's what I did. The very next day, with the event of last night still fresh in my mind, I found my mom putting laundry away. It was in my dad's bedroom. Feeling comfortable enough to tell my mom almost anything, even which girls at school I fancied, I told her exactly what I saw the night before. And like any parent would, having been told a fictitious-sounding story by their young child, my mom showed no indication of surprise or even shock, instead responding with the lines of, "Oh wow, oh really?" as she carried on folding the laundry on the bed. I asked her if she believed me. She said she did, but even before I confessed to her what I saw, I knew she wouldn't. Maybe I just needed to get what I saw that night instantly off my chest. Tell my mom would maybe be the best way to do it, without facing ridicule from my friends, or being laughed at by my sister, or simply just ignored by my dad. As unbelievable as the story that I told my mom was, I knew what I saw that night was real. I think most people on this planet know when they're dreaming and when they're not. I just knew I wasn't. If this was the case, then what I saw from my bedroom window that night was indeed a flying saucer, a UFO. It may then come as a surprise that whomever is reading this, as it did for me, to learn that despite bearing witness to what appeared to be an unforgettable UFO experience, I'd almost forgotten completely about what happened that night, not fully recollecting what I saw until the latter part of the last year. Was I in denial at what I saw, and did my mind just choose to repress the memory of it? When I first wrote of this experience only recently, an online user speculated as much to me that my young brain couldn't comprehend what I'd seen, therefore repressed the whole experience. But like I already said, this would not be my only potential UFO encounter, and the next time, thankfully, I wouldn't be alone. During the summer of 2012, and having just graduated primary school, my 6 friends and I ventured almost every day to the exact same place along the outskirts of town. We had found a field with a small adjoining wooded area, and very quickly, this area became our brand new den, which we spent most days climbing trees or playing tag hide and seek. At the very end of our den was a 4-foot wide creek, separating the field that we played in from the town's rugby club that was also on the outskirts of town. The reason I bring up this creek is, because my friends and I, upon discovering it, would also spend a lot of our time there that summer. We enjoyed playing this juvenile game where one of us had to leap over the embankment on the other side, or cross via a narrow wooded plank that we made to make a bridge. Being the attention seeker I was at that age, I was always willing to jump up and over the other side, and in fact, I was the best. Anybody else who tried mostly ended up with 1 foot in a less than sanitary piece of water. Several months later, nearly halfway through her first year of secondary school, our tradition of jumping creeks and field hide and seek had sadly become far less frequent with the ongoing school year. That was until one afternoon, or maybe it was evening, I don't remember. My friends and I ventured back to our den and the nearby creek, crossing over and entering behind the grounds of the rugby club. These grounds consisted of 2 large rugby fields and a smaller patch of grass by the side. That's where this creek had led us. What the 5 or 6 of us were doing there, I'm not sure. We did sometimes use the grounds to play tag, hide and seek, and other times we just explored. But what I remembered next from that afternoon and evening, in whichever autumn month it was, we caught sight of something flying in the not-too-distant sky, heading directly our way. At first, we must have thought it was nothing more than an airplane or Royal Air Force craft, as our town had them passing the sky on a regular basis. The closer this thing got, the more it started to look like something else, something none of us had probably ever seen before. It started to look like what our juvenile imaginative minds could only interpret as an alien spacecraft of some kind. So much so that one of my friends said something in the lines of, "Is that a UFO?" as though speaking the minds of all of us. Whatever this thing was, it was still coming our way and flying curiously low. As close as it was now, I think that we were all waiting for this craft to visually kind of clarify for us to get some kind of a plane in sight. But what I can still remember vividly is this thing being directly over our heads. My next thought while looking up to it was, that is a UFO, an alien spaceship. Before any other thought could enter my mind, whether it be one of awe, dread, or panic, I hear one of my friends a meter or two behind me shout, "Shit!" And by the time I look behind me, all I see is every one of my friends running away toward the embankment of the creek. It was as though they were running for their lives, and if I recall, it was just me and my friend George who really didn't. I'm sure I thought of running too, but I must have been in such awe or disbelief of what I was seeing, and even if I did run, I thought it was sure to abduct me. Whether I ran or stood right where I was, I felt convinced there was nothing I could really do. If it was going to take me, I guess it would. When I turn away from my friends to look back up at what I see to be an alien craft, what I instead see is some kind of low-flying military jet was turned slightly away from us now and flying off. My friends also must have noticed it was just a military jet as they'd stopped running and now joined slowly back with the rest of the group, realizing there was nothing really to be afraid of anymore. Although my memory of the following conversation is a bit hazy, we did discuss what we had just seen, with every one of us indeed thinking it was a UFO at first, only to then realize that it was a military jet. I don't remember the conversation going on further from there, or what we even did afterwards for that matter. Probably just went back into town and played football at the park. However, something I discreetly remember to this day is that in the next 2 years I still knew them, or packing up my things and moving abroad with my family. It's that not a single one of us ever talked about the experience again, not even for a laugh. There was no, "Remember when we all thought we saw a UFO, but it was really just a plane?" I did drift away from most of these friends by the following year, as we're all in separate classes in school and played for rival football teams. So perhaps they did talk about the experience, except, without me there. In my last year before moving abroad, I did reacquaint myself with my best friend Kai. They were there that day at the rugby club. We had drama class together that year. It was in these lessons that we learned all about these terrifying urban legends, in which the class afterwards had to dramatically perform them. It was also from these lessons that Kai and myself became obsessed with urban legends, so much so that we would watch scary YouTube videos about them. But in that same year, enjoying to be scared together, not once to my recollection did either of us ever bring up that experience at the rugby club. Not once. Kai was one of my friends I saw run away that day, so he obviously scared by the craft as well, but never really brought it up either. In fact, I think I almost forgot about the experience altogether, just like my first experience a year prior. But what's even crazier to me is that I seem to forget about both of these experiences, regardless of what they were, at least for the next 10 years. And if you're wondering why I'm talking about this second experience, even though it only turned out to be a military jet, it's because since recollecting my first experience recently and becoming acquainted with UFO lore and history, some things about that day at the rugby club just don't seem to add up to me. Number 1. If this was an RAF jet, then it was flying dangerously low, potentially 160 feet above us. From what I researched, RAF jets can fly as low as 100 feet, but when it comes to populated areas containing vehicles and civilians, they can go no lower than 500 feet. If this was a jet, it may not have even seen my friends and I, but it was still flying in and around a populated town. Number 2. I was 100% convinced that this craft flying over me was an alien craft, 100 feet or so above me, and that's what I believed I was seeing. It was only when I looked at my friends running away and then back again that it was somehow now a military jet. Number 3. And perhaps the most confusing aspect of this experience, it's that the RAF jet from my recollection made barely any noise. From what I've read, RAF jets at only 25 meters after takeoff are so loud it can rupture your eardrums. Like I said, this jet was no more than 160 feet above us, yet I could still hear my friend cuss the S-word behind me. Having recently fallen down the UFO rabbit hole the past year, I did come across one video, whether real or a hoax, of a sort of spinning, bright glowing light in the clear day sky. Slowly morphed into a standard airliner, although in the video this transition took the better part of a minute. I then wondered if the craft I saw that day could possibly have done the same thing. However, when I previously shared my experiences online only several months ago, one person rationally suggested that the craft I saw could have in fact been the Avro Vulcan XH558, which was active in 2012 and based at Doncaster Sheffield Airport, not that far from Goodwill. The Avro Vulcan is indeed a very odd-looking military craft, has wings resembling something like you would see at a Star Trek. Maybe that's why it's called the Avro Vulcan. From what I remember, in the few seconds that I fully believed this thing flying over me to be a UFO, it didn't strike me as flying saucer-shaped, not like the one I'd seen a year before. Regardless, whatever this craft was, it definitely struck me as alien at first. Maybe what I thought I was seeing was a different kind of alien craft, or maybe it was really just a military jet, an oddly shaped one at that. If you were to ask me now, in the year 2024, if what I saw in 2012 was either a UFO or simply an RAF jet, for the sake of rationality, I would say it was a jet, whose strange appearance merely confused a group of 12-year-old boys. However, to conclude the speculation of the second experience, I'll leave you with this. Not long after posting of my experiences, an online user advised me to share my story with a specific UFO investigator, who particularly focuses on UFO activity in the Yorkshire area. Feeling in need of answers, I emailed this very same investigator. He was intrigued by my story. He requested a conversation over the phone with me. And after relaying the second experience with him, highlighting how this jet was supposedly flying dangerously low without producing much sound at all, he simply said to me, "That wasn't a military craft." If you were also to ask me whether I believe in aliens, I would say that I do. Not because of what I saw. I still don't know if what I saw was real. I do believe in aliens or whatever they are. There's countless theories. Simply because since I first fell down this UFO rabbit hole learning of the experiences of many others, the existence of extraterrestrials no longer appears irrational to me. After all, we can literally be the only intelligent beings really to exist here. I don't know. The answer is, I just don't know. But what I do know is that for me, like it'll be for countless others, the truth is still out there somewhere, maybe even right here on our very own planet. Something strange happened last night. So I've told you about my friend Wyatt and the ghost thing that I met as a child. I've been dealing with this thing, or I've been experiencing the paranormal since then. I've seen and dealt with an awesome amount of spirits. Last night was no exception. For background, I feel I must tell you that my brother-in-law got my husband and I at night at one of the hotels he works at. Now, this hotel, it had been in operation since the late 1800s. It's had a very varied history. It was a family home and hotel, and it's now a hotel and pub. So we got there last night and we had a drink. Not a big deal, I don't drink often or very much. It does help that my mother-in-law is a recovering alcoholic and that we're currently staying with her, but back to the night though. I usually don't stay up late, and last night was really not much of an exception. My husband and I were in bed going to sleep when I suddenly felt wide awake. My brain refused to shut off. Feel as though I should mention that my husband needs the TV on to be, in order for him to go to sleep, and as of late last night, we've been together for 7.5 years, so I'm quite used to this and fall asleep quickly. But last night I couldn't. I felt like I needed to get up and check on everyone else in the hotel. There was only one other couple there, so this feeling of needing to get up and check every room seemed kind of odd. That's not the weirdest part, though. I kept waking up at random times through the night, and this male presence telling me that he needed something from me, or that he needed my help. I kept feeling like I was needed. And every time I was wide awake, this odd thing would happen because usually they use your energy to do basically everything. So the energy that I felt was off. I shouldn't have been there, so in that moment I know whoever he was there. I could feel him in the room with us. Wide awake at 5:30, and if you know me, you would know that's not normal. I usually don't wake up that early. It's exactly what time it is over here. Strange things are happening again. My mother-in-law and husband both work, and I'm almost always home alone, except for on Sundays and Mondays. Sure, I hear sounds that shouldn't be all the time when I'm home alone. However, it's the things that happen when we're all home that don't make much sense. I'm not sure if I mentioned it on this subreddit or on another one, but I do have ghosts that I know of in my home. They don't bother us, and me, that much. My mother-in-law, however, seems to be fair game. She's seen shadows of pets we don't have, and, for example, we have 2 small dogs. We're constantly asking each other where the dogs are because we'll, see these small shadows moving along the floor. They're either going toward the bedrooms or the front door. However, both our dogs will be asleep next to one of us, and they also seem to be somebody who likes moving things around or making them seemingly disappear. Best example of this would be the toothbrush cap in my mother-in-law's toothbrush going missing and reappearing 3 days later. My mother-in-law was done brushing her teeth. When she reached over to put the cap back on her toothbrush, it wasn't there. We looked for it but couldn't find it. Sunday, when she went to brush her teeth, it was back in her toothbrush. We have no idea where it came from or how it got back on her brush. Just been small things like that. PS4 controller, my headphones, small things. It's happened before, but it's getting worse. My friend Wyatt. I was 5 or 6 at the time. My family lived in North Carolina. I don't remember where exactly at this point because we moved a lot. However, my aunt and uncle lived by a rodeo that my uncle helped with, and every Thursday we would go down there to go to the rodeo. Their house and the rodeo were surrounded by woods. My brothers and my cousin and I would run in and pretty much go there all the time. Now, what you need to understand is that at this time, I was the youngest, and the annoying little sister and cousin, so I was always being left behind. My cousin had decided on this day that it would be fun to lead us into the woods and then lose me along the way, which, to be honest, wasn't that hard to do. I never really been afraid of the dark or these woods, so I would lag in, though we usually didn't go too far in either. This time, my cousin led us further than we had ever been. My brothers and she had turned around at some point and left me there, as per their plan. I was lost and tired and getting a little bit scared. There was a storm coming, you could smell it. I was getting frantic. Eventually came upon an old shack, which isn't all that strange in North Carolina. Anyway, I went into the shack as the rain started to come down. I must tell you, I'm highly terrified of thunder and lightning. And that in my mind, the storm lasted a lot longer than in actuality. Anyway, I huddled into the shack terrified. And suddenly, I hear in a very thick southern drawl a male voice asking me if I was okay and where my family was. Now, I hadn't heard anyone out in the woods or seen anyone as I come into the shack. However, when I lifted my tear-stained face, I saw what I can now describe as a Confederate soldier standing in the doorway of the shack. Wasn't afraid of him as I probably should have been, but there was something comforting about him. I told him that my brother and my cousin had disappeared. I didn't know how to get back to my aunt and uncle's place. He nodded and said he would stay with me until the storm gave up a little bit, and he would try to help me find my way home. Now again, to a little girl of 5, the storm seemed to go on forever. Sat there just talking to this person, and he told me that his name was Wyatt. The storm started to let up. The soldier led me to the edge of the woods, right by my uncle's house. My mom, aunt, and uncle and grandma were screaming my name. I could hear them as they came to the edge, so I screamed, "I'm here!" They all came running over to me as we walked to the edge, and they all started yelling at me, telling me not to follow my brothers and cousin into the woods anymore. It wasn't safe. Told them that I would be all right, and this nice man helped me out of the woods. They all looked at me dumbfounded. There was nobody with me. I turned to look at the man, but he was gone. Now, this couldn't have taken more than a few seconds, and I'd just seen him in the corner of my eyes. I'd turned. He had been waving at me, but there was nobody there. They'd told me to stop making up stories and stop lying to them. And to this day, most of them still don't believe me. My mom tells me I must have made up a savior for myself. But looking back on it now, I know that he was there and that I had seen a ghost. Wyatt, or whatever his name may have, seemed to follow me, and I still, to this day, will see a Confederate soldier out of the corner of my eye. It may just be my mind trying to figure out who or what I saw that day over the 2.5 decades ago, but Wyatt will always be a memory that I hold dear. So I've had many people comment about Wyatt, and they all wondered about him, and so let me explain. Wyatt is the first spirit that I actually interacted with. He saved me when I was literally lost in the woods. I was 5 then, and now I'm almost 37. And he's still here. Wyatt has been with me for as long as I can remember. He's been with me through some very bad times and cheered me on through the good. As I'd gone through life, he's been my biggest constant. The family hasn't been nearly as supportive of me as Wyatt has. I still see him in a Confederate uniform, which hasn't changed in the least. I've learned a few new things about him very recently. First, he had 2 brothers and their triplets. Let me explain. I recently moved to the Washington coast, not too far from Astoria. Before you ask, yes, Wyatt came with me. As with a lot of port cities, Astoria has an underground where a lot of shady things went down, including Shanghaiing, including Shanghaiing. Why don't I know what that is? I feel like I should. And this is important to the story, apparently. Shanghaiing. Brain fart. Wyatt, as I had stated, is a Confederate soldier. His 2 brothers were Union soldiers, which wasn't uncommon back then. And as Wyatt told me, his brothers ran away to join the Union. Wyatt, unfortunately, got caught by their father, who forced him to join the Confederacy. As you may have guessed, Wyatt didn't like that and went AWOL. He went in search of his brothers, and if you live anywhere near North Carolina in the area, you know that winters there can get very bad. As Wyatt tells it, he got caught in a snowstorm, turned around. Eventually, he froze to death without anybody knowing where he was. Only one brother survived the war. His name is Thomas. Yes, I said is. Haven't been completely into the underground, but some parts have been turned into little shop areas. I was down at one such place. My husband was talking to an artist who had a shop down there. That's when I saw him. His hat was low to cover his face. There was this angry energy coming off of him. I asked him what the problem was, and he pointed past me to the ever-present Wyatt. I wasn't aware that anybody knew Wyatt. He really hadn't run into anybody who really did, and I looked at this new spirit confused. That was when he took off his hat, and I saw the spitting image of the spirit that had been with me since I was 5. I looked back and forth between him and Wyatt, then glared at Wyatt. The hell? Wyatt sighed, but the new spirit spoke. "I'm sorry, ma'am," he said, "but I've been looking for this idiot through hell and high water for years, and I suddenly find him here." Let's just say that I was happy he wasn't mad at me. Wyatt was gaping like a fish. "You looked for me?" I was confused, and in the middle I had to ask, "What the hell is going on here?" Thankfully, this new spirit was more forthcoming with information about their past than Wyatt had ever been. I think Wyatt thought that his family didn't love him anymore, so running into this spirit was a bit of a shock. The new spirit told me the story after introducing himself first as Thomas. Thomas had watched his other brother, who I now know is named Daniel, hold at the post, watched him die in the battlefield. When he got home, his father informed him that Wyatt had gone AWOL, that nobody had ever found him. Thomas knew that his brother was out there somewhere and started looking for him. The brothers had always talked about coming out west to make names for themselves away from their father and his influence. So naturally, Thomas thought that that was what Wyatt had done. So he came out here to look for his brother. He heard about men being taken from bars and what have you, forced to work on ships. Naturally, Thomas thought that his brother could have been one of them. So he set out to get himself shanghaied. Unfortunately, word had gotten out that Thomas wanted to get caught. So when they caught him, instead of enslaving him, they killed him. So naturally, he started following me too. He and Wyatt fight constantly. And yes, I've tried to get Wyatt and Thomas to move on, and they refuse, and they have to find their brother. Can't say I blame them. Now I have 2 of 3. Thankfully, I kind of tune Wyatt and Thomas out most times, hoping that we'll eventually find Daniel and they can all move on, but for now, I'll just settle for knowing that some strange, sort of strings of events have brought me to do with these 2 lost brothers, and, well, it will do everything to keep me and mine safe. If that's true, that is. Well, I would find the 3rd one is all I'm saying. My Ghost Stories. The Scary Green House in Vail, Oregon. My name is Lee, spelled E-A-E, but pronounced Lee. I put the parentheses because most people mispronounce my name all the time, and for clarification, it is Lee like C-T-P, flea, etc. That, however, is not what this post is about. I posted before about a ghost named Wyatt who followed me to Washington from North Carolina. And yeah, he is still around, and no, I don't think he plans on leaving anytime soon. And no, I don't care that he's here. Wyatt is the first ghost I remember seeing. I was only 5 or 6 at that time. He helped me while I was lost in the woods near my uncle's old house. However, I'm sure that I've always seen and heard things before. I know that I do now. After Wyatt came into my life, my family and I moved to Oregon. There, I experienced a lot of things, and at the time I was 8 and the first place my family lived in was a small town called Vail. There I encountered several spirits. My most vivid memory is an old Victorian-style house that was avocado green. So you understand, this house had 2 floors and a basement. I hated that basement. Every time I would go down there, I felt like I was being watched. The worst of the activity would happen at night. I could hear chains being dragged up the basement stairs, then to the 2nd floor, where they would stop outside of my room. No, with the rooms in this house close together with a bathroom at the top of the stairs, next to it was my mom and stepdad's room. Then my brother's and mine, and at the time I slept with the door open so I could go to the bathroom without worrying about opening my door. It was right across the landing from my room. Those nights where the chains would come upstairs, I would bury my head underneath my covers and wait till morning. Woke up at 6 then, still do to this day actually. But the chains would happen around midnight. I know, because I had a Garfield alarm clock that my grandmother had given me. The chains weren't the only thing that I experienced in that house. There was also a little girl in my closet, a homestead family that stood in the corner of my room, and some indigenous people who would kind of appear randomly. So I've explained about the houses and some of what I experienced there. Now, I'm not afraid of the dark, and never really have been despite what I've seen and heard. However, I was terrified of being alone in most of the house that I grew up in. The greenhouse was no exception. My brothers were in the band, that's sort of when we lived in the house. One played the drums, the other on the sax. They had a concert that had they had to participate in it or they would fail, only both my mom and stepdad worked until 8 o'clock back then. My brother's concert was at 7. Mom and her stepdad had gotten permission to leave work early to make sure the boys got to their concert on time. And unfortunately, our stepdad was a cook, and the person meant to cover the rest of his shift was late getting there. They only had 1 car. My brothers are not really known for their patience, so they left the house at around 6:30, leaving me alone in the house. I was only 9 at that time, and the house always creeped me out. We had 2 dogs at the time, but they were outside dogs. Mom called expecting my oldest brother, who's 4 years older than I am. Expected him to answer, and imagine her shock at hearing my voice. Now, my mom knows about the things that I experienced in that house and others. Still doesn't believe me, but she knows. She told me to just turn on the TV and I'd be fine until, they get there. And spoiler, I was not. I watched the clock wait for them to get home, and about 7:15 when the sound started. Some could be explained as an old house settling. Others couldn't. The house settling does not sound like a little girl giggling from upstairs in my room, or chains rattling in the basement. At about 7:20, things got worse. As my mom had said, I turned on the TV and was waiting for them to get home. This was one of those old TVs where I had to get up and change the channel. I was not getting off that couch. Whoever was in the house with me was not okay watching MASH reruns. Yeah, I enjoyed watching MASH as a kid. That was because the channels changed. I had had enough. I ran out of the house and sat on the front steps. Me being me, I forgot to grab a coat, and luckily, a nice older couple was living next door. They came home while I was sitting there. I called my mom and told her that I'd be at their house. They sat me down in their living room with the cartoons and a popsicle. Needless to say, my brothers in so much trouble. Their explanation for leaving me alone was that they didn't want to have to babysit their little sister. Yeah, that never did go over well with the parents, as you can imagine. My brothers never left me home alone after that. And I will never leave you alone either. Anybody who's still awake or sleeping, sweet dreams. There's a reason you found Paranormal M. Some stories want to be told. From ghost sightings to otherworldly encounters, every episode peels back another layer of the unknown. Subscribe and ring the bell, because some mysteries don't stay buried for long. My ghost stories. My stories from Vail, Oregon schools. So we've covered Wyatt, the greenhouse, and the White House. I promised that I would tell you about Vail, Oregon schools. To be clear, I was only in grade school in Vail. Middle school was in Nissa, Oregon. The high school was in Ontario, Oregon. Be that as it may, my brothers were both in middle school in Vail, so I do have personal stories from there. Let's start, however, with my experiences in Vail's grade school. I was already 8 when we moved to Vail from North Carolina, so I was starting out in 3rd grade. My first time even entering the school was a shock. I'm guessing it would have been for anybody who walked into their first day of school and saw burn victims. Only I could see them. My older brother is only a year older than I. I asked him if he could still see them. He thought I was losing my mind. He told me that the school was not the place to even think about such things. I can't say that he was wrong, but it was hard for me not to notice them back then. Me being me, I befriended the school librarian. One day I asked about the history of the school. Yeah, I'm a history nerd. She told me that the high school used to be the grade middle school, and the grade school we were in hadn't been there. So, curious little me asked what had really been there before. Apparently, the land on which the grade school now stood, it had been a small hospital way back when. It had closed down after a horrific fire. Now, I don't know how true that is, but I saw a lot of burn victims in and around the school. And that's just it, though. I didn't see any doctors or nurses, but burn victims. So whatever was there before had burned to the ground at some point. The worst part about any of this was seeing a burn victim walk through the walls. A teacher, even one of my classmates. I tried very hard to ignore them, and I was doing a great job of it until one of them, one of the scariest ones, noticed me watching them. He was not nice. Every day when I would get to school, he would be there waiting for me. He would follow me around and try to get me to talk to him. And at this point, I knew better than to talk to any of them when I was out in public. It was right after Christmas break. He started to try and move things around me, screaming at me. I was terrified of going to school. My mom didn't understand why I didn't want to go. I happily admit that I loved school. But I was terrified of the burnt man following me around. Now at this time, my family was kind of Christian. We didn't really go to church or anything like that, but we did pray and what have you. So, one night after a particularly scary day, I prayed that somebody would come protect me from this evil, at least in my mind, this evil man. From then on, I would catch glimpses of someone or something keeping the other ghosts away from me. It wasn't until middle and high school that I realized that it was the soldier who had saved me when I was 5. Wyatt had made his return. I just didn't know it yet. I was able to mostly block the ghosts that I saw and still see them and hear them and sometimes even smell them, but it got a little easier to ignore them. I had it almost fully under control by middle school. Ghosts are tricky things to deal with, let alone see, hear, and smell. So sometimes I would slip and accidentally interact with one, thus dubbing me a freak and an outcast. Not many kids wanted to be seen hanging out with me. So, Vail grade school was very lonely for me. My Ghost Stories. Encounters in Vail Middle School. So I didn't go to middle school in Vail, but my brothers did for a short period. As I had mentioned previously, they were in the school band. Unfortunately for me, that meant spending the time there for their practices and events. My oldest brother was a drummer, while my older brother played the saxophone. There is a non-paranormal story with that. So I was at the Middle and high school fairly often. I remember seeing students that dressed like they were from the 50s or even farther back in time. I don't remember ever talking with any of them or any of them actually noticing a little girl that could see them. I do remember all the weird things I would notice. Once at band practice, I could have sworn that there were extra members in the band. Some of them looked like they had been burned. Some were missing appendages. Others were just there. At the concert where my brothers had left me, for that frickin' greenhouse, I noticed a few ghosts hanging around my brothers. I'd like to think that they knew that my brothers had left their little sisters unattended, but it could have been that my brothers were pretty good at playing. Once we were at a parent-teacher conference, a normal one. My mom was almost never called in for us. I don't know which teacher my mother was talking to or for which brother, but I do remember seeing a child in the classroom. And to be honest, seeing other kids wasn't that strange. But this kid was almost completely see-through. Looked like he was playing a game of hide-and-seek, and I didn't see any other child ghosts, just him. That leads me to believe that he died during or shortly after the game. He was just back to where he was the happiest. Since this school was both a middle school and a high school, there were a few levels. This is going to sound like something from The Sixth Sense, but I assure you, I saw it. We're heading to one of my older brother's classes. He did have a very high IQ, and I say had because he purposely dumbed himself down to fit in when he got into high school. He hated having special classes. Anyway, we're heading up the stairs when suddenly it looked like somebody was hanging from the landing above us. Me being me, I freaked out and tried to pull my family away. My mom did not find it funny. She had my stepdad taking me out to the car after that. Seeing something they couldn't see was apparently distracting my brothers. So I went out to the car with my stepdad, whom I didn't really like at the time. I sat quietly in the back seat. Watching ghosts and real people come and go from the building, I did notice a few of the ghosts were following families as they came out. Some acted like they were part of the conversation the family was having, and others just listened. It was then that I realized that I didn't see long-dead ghosts, but also fairly new ghosts. For a kid, that's terrifying. Since then, I've learned to accept my abilities. Sometimes talk with the people who ghosts are haunting. I don't do it often because I'm an introvert to the highest degree. I don't like meeting new people or having them know just how weird I really am. Wouldn't have to worry about that as a kid for very long. Eventually, we moved from Vail to Ontario, Oregon. That's when things for me got really out of hand. My Ghost Stories. More tales from Vail, Oregon. We moved out of the greenhouse not too long after that incident. We didn't go too far, though. We still lived in Vail, just on the other side. Which, if you know Vail, Oregon really isn't all that far at all. We moved into a cute little white house behind the Dairy Queen. I don't know if it's still there or not. My room could be described as a closed-off porch and had large windows and a door out into the yard. I could have very well snuck out if I'd wanted to, and nobody would have known. My family didn't really pay much attention to me, but that's not what this is about, so I'm going to move on. At first, nothing weird happened in the house. I was ecstatic. There didn't seem to be any ghosts, and bonus, there was no basement. It was quiet and quite peaceful at first. I was still at grade school, and I have some stories about the school, but this is about the house. I wasn't wearing chains or seeing little girls in my closet. I didn't even have a closet, so that helped. Unfortunately for me, things don't stay quiet for long, and, well, We'd moved there in the summer, so we had free time just to be kids, which was nice, until I saw them. My brothers, stepsister, and I were outside playing. Mom was in the house watching TV and fixing us a snack and some sweet tea. Mom swears. Pretty much left and right, really. She apparently wasn't seeing anything. And I would believe her if it weren't for the story she had told us. Don't get me wrong. I love my mom, but she has this ability to see what she wants to see. That day was one of the days she decided she didn't see anything. So back to the point. We were playing outside, and that's when I heard a voice I didn't recognize. And to be fair to myself, though my mother and stepdad had a lot of friends, but I had a sinking feeling that this wasn't one of them. I don't remember what it said, but I do remember it being male. I guess I could have brushed it off like my mom did, but then I looked in the direction from which I was sure the voice had come. That was a mistake. Standing on the edge of the property, I could see a group of men. Some were native, others weren't, and I'm guessing that they were settlers in the area. The thing is they were all see-through. To make matters worse, one of them saw me looking at them. I wanted to run, hide, and scream for my mom, anything really to make them go away. I wanted peace this time, not ghosts. Closed my eyes, pretending that I hadn't seen anything. Just lying to myself by telling myself that they wouldn't be there when I opened my eyes. They were only getting closer, much closer. Being so young, I was terrified. Though I had been this close to spirits before. Never interacted with them. I'd only ever spoken with Wyatt up until this point. Didn't know that he was still, around yet. One of the settlers, a tall, scrawny man, was apparently angry that I, a child, could see them. He started yelling at me, screaming that I was a witch. And to be fair to him, I am now. I really wasn't then. Hell, wasn't even 10 yet. I started to cry, and my brothers and stepsister were confused. They couldn't see what I could. Instead, they told Mom I was being overdramatic. And to them, it might have looked that way. To me, an angry man was yelling at me. My mom called me into the house thinking I was suffering from a migraine, which I did and still do get. This, however, was none of those times. The group had followed me into the house. A native man was trying to calm the settler, which worked, thankfully. But now they knew that I could see them. I knew that they wouldn't let me be, and for days, one of them would appear and try to get me to talk to them. I ignored them the best that I could. My birthday was coming up, so I put my mind to that instead of them. It was on my birthday that things came to a head, and I was telling my mom how happy I was when one of them appeared. This time, it was a native woman. Tried to tell Mom about her, but she told me that it was all just my imagination. Eventually, I got so annoyed I told Mom that I had a migraine and wanted to lie down. Once in my room, the native woman started to talk to me. And here's the thing about ghosts. If they don't know that they are ghosts, they won't do anything to the living. However, if they realize that they're ghosts, all bets are off. They can move things, talk to the person who's seeing them in their native tongue. Sometimes, they can affect things around them. The native woman was nice and didn't try to scare me or move things or any of that, but she tried to make me understand what was going on. When I told her that I couldn't help, she nodded. "Young ones like you usually can't," she said. I asked her what she meant by that. She told me that others could see them, some even tried to help, some used them for entertainment, and some just ignored that they had this ability. She told me that she wouldn't allow the others to bother me anymore. I might still see them, but they wouldn't try talking to me again. I was grateful for that, honestly. Though there were times when I would walk through one of them and wake up to them sitting at the foot of my bed talking. It was thanks to them that I got used to what I was seeing. That's one of my better memories from my childhood, coming to grips with my ability. Now that I think about it, I'm not really sure if I ever thanked that woman. Maybe someday I'll go back and see if I can find her. She was the second one to ever be nice to me, besides Wyatt. My Ghost Stories, Ontario, Oregon. So it begins. So moving from Vail, Oregon to Ontario, it doesn't really take very long. They aren't really that far apart, and now we moved to Ontario for my second year of 4th grade. Yeah, I had to repeat a year. I suck at basic math, and half of 5th grade. There are 7 grade schools in Ontario. Some are religious, some are something else entirely, really. I went to Aiken Elementary, which is just up the hill from high school, where I'll get to eventually. But anyway, we lived toward the outside of town, heading toward Vail in the trailer park. I had the opportunity to be a normal kid again. Nobody there knew what I could see, and they wouldn't. Nissa, Ontario and Vail have a very heated rivalry that had been going on for as long as anybody can remember. It's nonsense if you ask me, but then again, I didn't have and still don't have any affinity for really any of the schools I went to. Especially the 8th grade schools from North Carolina to Oregon. You see the problem. Anyway, the trailer park is where it started. I'd grown slightly more used to being able to see spirits. I had ways of ignoring most of them too, but by this point, the trailer that my mom, my brothers, and I lived in at the time was almost like the greenhouse in Vail all over again. I would hear voices that weren't there and that I didn't recognize. There were footsteps up and down the small hall. I could hear music when there was none. I didn't like being there on my own, so my only hope for a reprieve really was school. Sure, I made some new friends who didn't know how weird I really was. I got to see them every day, mostly because I lived fairly close by, and really unfortunately, school was no relief. A few blocks from the hospital. Houses across the street had once housed nuns who worked for the hospital, whereas Catholic school was pretty close by. I also developed a habit of passing out for no apparent reason. Every time Mom took me to the doctor to figure out what was going on, they would run their tests and find nothing wrong with me. So we were learning about the Old West and the Oregon Trail. Super excited and loved playing the Oregon Trail game. Me too. My teacher wanted us to experience what it was like to make candles like they did back then, just slightly more modern. I was working on my candles when it happened. I started getting really dizzy and short of breath and uncomfortable. My teacher noticed, thank the gods, took me out of there into the hall to lie down and try to calm myself. I must have blacked out for a minute because the next thing I knew, somebody was waking me up and I was on the floor. I look up at the person who woke me, who nearly screamed bloody murder. She only had half a face. I backed away from her and straight into the brick wall. She held her hands up and apologized. She said that she was just concerned about me. They were explaining that she was a nurse, that she wouldn't harm me. Talk about having the sixth sense moment. Given that all this happened before that movie came out too, so back to the point. She said that she had found me there on the floor, and she was worried I'd hit my head. Fair assumption, given my condition upon her finding me. I'm used to hitting my head, but long story and not for here. Nothing to do with ghosts. So I felt around in my head for any pain. I only had a mild headache, no other pain. She nodded and went to help me up, but again I was scared and backed into the wall. She sighed, and I think she was used to this kind of behavior from anybody who saw her, but she seemed sad all the same. Got myself back up into the chair and desk and laid my head back down. She watched for about a moment or two and disappeared as my teacher's assistant came to check in on me. I I told her I had passed out, and she asked if I was okay. I was, but really wanted to get out of the hallway. My mom would be back from her shift at the hospital by then. So I had them call her to come pick me up. And that was the first time that she took me to the hospital to figure out what was going on with me. As I figured, they found no reason for these attacks. I learned sometime later that whole area encompassing Nissa Vale and Ontario, some pretty messed up history. I had a comment, and now I forgot. My ghost stories moving to Nissa, Oregon. We didn't stay in Ontario that time, at least very long. We would eventually move on, and then move back, but I'd be in high school by then. So my mother moved my brothers and me to Nissa, Oregon again. It's not far from Ontario or Vale, and this time we moved in with my aunt and my cousins in a 2-story house on the outskirts of town. It was mustard yellow, with coops and stables, a few extra acres of land. It was a beautiful house in the country, and I loved it. Mom had a friend who needed a place, kind of to house her horses, which was even more exciting for me. I love horses. Trust me. We'll get to why that's important later. Hadn't had another experience in Ontario after the woman, but I was kind of letting my guard down. I was less afraid of things going bump in the night. It helped that my aunt and grandmother started talking about witches, magic, and spirits. So now I had an outlet to understand what was going on with me. The first time I stepped into the house, I knew something was wrong, and I didn't like it. And I told my mom as much. She just shook her head and said that I would live. I really hated when people say that, especially to a child who can see and hear things that nobody else can. We got all the boxes into the house and separated them between the rooms. Like the greenhouse in Vale, this house had a basement. Unlike the greenhouse, it also had a cellar. Like the greenhouse, I was terrified of the basement, but that cellar... I had never in my life felt anything like what I had felt down in that cellar. The weirdest part of the cellar was the part of it sort of sectioned off with an iron gate. That part felt cursed. My mom and my aunt thought it was funny that I described the cellar like that. I didn't, nor do I now. There was something seriously wrong with that house. That first night we all decided to sleep in the living room as it had gotten kind of too late to keep us kids and put together our beds, and, well, now my oldest cousin is the same cousin who left me in the woods back in North Carolina. That's where I met Wyatt. Her brother, who's unfortunately passed away, was my older brother's age and had cerebral palsy. I was always really close with him. I was the only kid in my family who would willingly help take care of him. So we had him on one of the couches, my mom on the other, and my aunt and us other kids on the floor. I was right next to my aunt and my cousin on the couch, and by the way, in case anything happened and she needed help with him in the middle of the night. We'd just gotten settled and were talking about nothing in particular. That's when we all heard silverware moving in the kitchen. Mind you, we hadn't put anything away yet. So, something had to be moving the box that held the silverware. We all looked toward the kitchen and dining room, waiting to see if we could hear it again. Nothing. So my aunt and mom laughed it off just as a random noise. Nothing for us kids to worry about. Now I was the youngest of 10. My brother and my cousin with cerebral palsy were a year older than me. They were 11. My oldest brother and our oldest cousin were both 13. Mom told us all just to get some sleep as we had to start school the next morning. We had moved into the middle school, or rather, we had moved in the middle of the school year. I, however, wasn't about to let it go. I stayed awake as long as I could, listening to the house around me. I made mental notes of what sounds I was positive were the house settling and which were not. The footsteps I heard coming from the cellar into the basement, then into the kitchen, were not. nor was the man who appeared in the doorway. I should have been used to seeing ghosts by this point, but this man, well, I don't think he was fully human. There was something wrong with him. I can't explain it. It was like he was looking into each of us, trying to find the weakest link. I don't know why, but when his eyes landed on my cousin on the couch, I coughed, forcing him to look at me instead. There's no way in hell I was going to let this thing even think of attacking him. It grinned widely when it noticed me. Funny thing is I grinned back. I don't know if I was too afraid to be afraid or if I just kicked into protection mode. Caught myself starting to giggle as I watched the man come closer. I drew a line in my mind between the man and my family. And amazingly, he stopped at it. He growled at me. I grinned again. I told him that this was no longer his domain, mine. He did not have my permission to even be there. I imagined the line moving back to the doorway of the kitchen and watched in awe as he was pushed back. Then I pushed farther, picturing the door to the basement. I don't know if I actually pushed him to the basement door, but I heard it slam suddenly, which, of course, woke up the rest of my family. Mom and my aunt ran to the kitchen and flung open the basement door. Mom called down, saying that if there was somebody down there, she would shoot them. Yep, we had a gun. It was only a pellet gun, but in my mom's mind, they didn't need to know that. They went down to check the rooms down there for anyone. When they found nobody, they decided they must not have shut the basement door properly. Maybe a gust of wind had hit it. I found that funny, as there was no wind to be heard. Again, they told us that it was nothing to go back to sleep, and knowing what I knew, I didn't get much sleep that night. I was wholly unprepared for school the next morning. I wonder now what would have happened had I not stayed awake most of the night that night. What I do know now, though, is that no matter what, I will go up against anything to protect my family. Whatever that man was, I wasn't going to let him or anything like him near my cousin. That was the first time I'd actually fought against a spirit, or whatever he was. But unfortunately for me, it would not be the last. My Ghost Stories. School in Nissa begins. After encountering that man, I didn't sleep. But I still had to go to school the next morning. I'd grown accustomed to starting at the new school, so I didn't expect this time to be any different. I was wrong. Walking to Nissa's grade school is peaceful. There's no random ghosts, no uncomfortable feeling of being watched. Nothing. I learned later that it was a newer school and hadn't been there very long. Can't express just how comforting that was to me. Sure, I had a freaky entity in my new home, but there was nothing at school, or so I thought. Nissa Elementary School and high school shared two things: the cafeteria and the gym. I was not prepared to run into spirits in the middle of PE. I'm not an athletic person to begin with. Seeing ghosts in the gym was a new one. Fortunately, they weren't people that I could easily ignore, mostly because they were in the bleachers. The thing is, those bleachers were the kind that folded in on themselves. I don't know the history of the gym, but I'm fairly certain that these spirits didn't die by being crushed by the bleachers, so that was always fun. Then in the cafeteria, there were always more lunch ladies than were possibly needed. I thank my lucky stars that most of them knew they were dead, and that they were almost all sweet old ladies. In my classroom, though, there's something strange. Bonus, I met my best friend there, and that day we're standing in line waiting to be assigned our seats. A fellow student who had been assigned as my guide was standing between me and her, and I'm not a hugger. She and I were introduced to each other by my guild. She turned around, and upon seeing me, she hugged me tightly. I love her, and I hate hugs. But anyway, standing there waiting for our seating assignments when I felt it. Everything up till then had been peaceful and calm. Walking into that classroom was like walking into a wall of cellophane. Not fun. I never figured out what was in that classroom. My best friend had always been able to distract me from being afraid of ghosts. But every morning I would walk into the room, look around for whatever was making me feel like bugs were crawling all over me. And instead, I would always lock eyes with my best friend and she would always hug me. I'd like to think that she was brought into my life to show me that ghosts weren't an end-all be-all. She had been a rock for me ever since. And I've kind of had this extra memory space for her. Between her and Wyatt, I felt safe and cared for and understood. Now, we live hundreds of miles away from each other, but she's always there to tell me that I'm not crazy, and that the spirits are always there. We got separated in middle school when her family moved away after 6th grade. These memories of the ghosts I've seen throughout my life has always been in the back of my mind. She's always been happy to listen to them, and I've seen some weird stuff, but the feeling I got in that room will haunt me for the rest of my life. I kept it at bay with thoughts of my best friend and hanging out with her. On days she wasn't there, the spirits all kind of thought it was fun to mess with the kid who could see them. Once in the gym when she wasn't there, some of the bleacher ghosts thought it would be funny to come onto the big tarp that they sort of let us play with. And while I was under there, or if you remember those things we used to sit in and race around the gym on, yeah, they thought it would be funny to pull mine or someone else's out from under us and make it go across my fingers. Can't tell you how many times that happened. Mostly though, and thankfully, they just watch from the bleachers. Invisible bleachers, when the real ones are pushed up against the wall. And yeah, seeing people floating in midair is so weird. Then there was the bus ride to and from school. There's a certain road that always gave me the creeps. I'd try and hold my breath whenever we were on it. It smelled of decay and rotting food, and funny thing was it had fields of mint on the other side. The bus wasn't much better. 2 drivers, only one could be seen by everybody. The other looked like he had been hit by a truck, and it was not pretty, scary as hell. Especially when you take all the ghost kids on the bus, too. There's one of those stories about a bus full of kids that gets hit by a train or a big rig in the area. I don't know if I believe it, but that bus and the stretch of road scared the living daylights out of me. Wasn't always glad to get to school, not so much back home. Even after we moved out of the yellow house, the next house wasn't much better, but I digress. School without my best friend was never fun. The bus ride was even worse, and I was oh so happy to change buses when we moved. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Never talked to any of the kids on the bus or the driver, but they were always watching me. Now, middle school in Nissa I hated, especially after 6th grade. Did a ghost visit me in my dream? Did I really see her when I woke up? So today I had 2 dreams. Both of them are weird. However, one has made me puzzled more. So the dream starts by me and my family going to a new house or someone's house. Not really sure. But it was certainly a house that I never visited before. We went through a forest in the night to arrive to our destination. Then, it's hazy, but I found myself talking to this girl that only I can see. She told me her name was Sarah. She didn't tell me her age exactly, but she looked no older than 13. She told me she was murdered and sexually abused, and the criminal was someone her parents know deeply. I was confused to the point where I was like, is this a dream? Then my mom came, and as I was telling her about this Sarah and what happened to her, a woman who looked like she isn't mentally stable started yelling, telling us that that was her daughter. Another thing is, I was talking to the girl in English, and my mom in her native language, which was weird. Like Sarah's mom knew what we were even talking about. After I woke up, not fully, but I was conscious of my surroundings. I was facing toward the wall, and behind me, I felt like somebody was behind me. When I turned around, I saw a shadow going out of the room quickly. What do you think about this? Could it be that Sarah invaded my dream to tell me something, or what? There were some other details about the dream that I couldn't remember, obviously. My teddy bear's dress vanished. Could it be that my teddy bear is haunted? Or as they put it, could it be that my teddy bear hunted? Just in case that is what they mean. Today something really weird happened. Couldn't really find any explanation of it. I'm a 20-year-old female, and I have a saffron/amber between yellow and orange teddy bear. It has red in its ears and legs. I also sewed a red heart, onto its chest. This teddy bear was a gift from my late maternal grandmother on the day it was born, and since then it's been my favorite. I also made, almost 2 or 3 years ago, if not more, a dress for it, and yes, I treat it as a female. The dress is from my own dress in a Tiffany blue or dark turquoise. Anyways, fast forward to what happened today, or even just moments ago. I was arranging my closet and refolding my clothes. I put the teddy bear on top of a folded blanket quite far from where I put my clothes and sat. The teddy bear had the dress all the time, but when I went out of the room for a split second and came back, the teddy bear was naked, no dress to be found. I thought maybe it came off since it was just knotted, and when I couldn't find the dress anywhere, I called my sister and asked her about it. That's because we like to prank each other. Yet when I asked her, she swore that she didn't take it, and in fact, when she came to the room to take her phone, the dress wasn't on the bear. And let me tell you, when I told her about what happened, she was pale, so scared. She isn't the type to fake fear. Anyways, I didn't think much about it and continued folding my clothes when I kept hearing tapping, and the teddy bear's eyes felt like they were real, that it was watching me. And if you're wondering if I found that dress, well, no. I searched the whole room, my clothes, and the closet, yet nowhere to be found. And let me tell you something more. Recently, I've been seeing glimpses of shadow figures, both black and white, small and big. What looks like women and men as well as children. Knocking and scratching coming from the wall. Something weird has been happening in my house. I live with my parents and siblings. We've been hearing knocking in my parents' bedroom. It's coming from the wall. Well, first we suspected that it came from the closet. No, it wasn't. Sometimes we would hear knocking. Other times it would be scratching, as if maybe a mouse or a cat was scratching on the wood. However, no mice were spotted in the house. Even if we found a hole we sealed inside the closet wall. It's bricks and closets and considered as part of the room and wall, has wooden doors. The seal was there before we lived in the house. The knocking started last year in the same period it restarted this year, around February and March. But the thing is, before it started, the room was filled one day with flies. Big flies. And in our folklore, flies mean witchcraft or demons. Those flies, the number kept increasing no matter what we did, till my dad found something that could kill flies. Don't remember what it was, but it was effective. We got rid of the flies, the knocking and scratches stopped for a long time until it restarted this year. Really wanted to record it, but whenever we were in the room, I'll tell you from my perspective, I'd be laying in the bed and I'd hear the sound. Yet whenever I would move or talk or even flash my phone flashlight up, it would stop. And one day I even had my phone ready to hopefully catch the sound, and unfortunately it never happened that day at all. I don't know if this is another paranormal activity happening in the house or some sort of animal and insect stuck in the wall. Even if we suspect it would live for that long, all we know is it doesn't want to be recorded. Tell me what you think is hiding, or if there's any possible way to catch it or get rid of it or just record it. Just a small info on the walls. They're hard and from brick, and the sound happens pretty much any time of the day. In my culture, flies mean there's something dead or garbage somewhere. Sometimes what you said too, actually. Ghost haunting the downstairs of my house. I live in a house with 3 others, my parents and my brother. We lived there for years with very few incidents. But 6 months ago, things started getting strange. It began one night at 2 a.m. when I was watching TV in the living room with the door closed. I'm a night owl. I heard footsteps coming from downstairs, but no door opened, which was odd because I always hear when my parents or brother open the door. Really, any door. The footsteps sounded slow and heavy, unlike anyone in my family. They paced up and down the hallway for about 5 minutes before stopping abruptly. My 2 dogs who were next to me also heard it and stared intently, confirming it wasn't just me. 3 nights later, I was thinking about that incident when, I kid you not, the door rattled as if maybe somebody was grabbing the handle and pushing it in and out. This lasted for about 20 seconds. Weeks later, another incident occurred. I was in the kitchen watching TV at night. That's when I heard footsteps again, this time moving from the hallway toward the kitchen. The dogs and I got up, but when I looked, no one was there. Days later, another unsettling event happened. While I was in the kitchen, I heard 2 distinct taps on the outside door. I got up, opened the blinds, and saw no one. It would be impossible for somebody to run off that quickly. I can see the entire yard. Then last night was the scariest experience yet. I was in the kitchen watching TV when the kettle turned on by itself. Its switch is pretty heavy and not easy to move. I turned it off, and then I heard a voice from the hallway say, "You." I looked, and for a few seconds saw something black moving upstairs. I ran up and found no one. Freaked out, I slept in my parents' room that night. Even though I'm 19, all these incidents except the last one have occurred downstairs. Never experienced anything strange upstairs until now. I'm too afraid to stay downstairs alone at night. Does anyone have any suggestions on what to do, or have had a similar experience? My friend's scary story of ghost in his house. This story comes from my mom, my brother, and my friend Aaron. I was just a baby at the time and I have no memory of it. Aaron used to live in a house a 5-minute walk from ours. Here's the story. In December 2008, my mom and 2 brothers were at home, about to have dinner. That's when Aaron banged frantically on our door, pleading to be let in. We opened the door and he stood there terrified with a look of horror on his face. His teeth were chattering. He had walked barefoot through the snow from this house to ours. He didn't speak for several minutes. My mom invited him in, made him tea, and gave him food. After calming down, he kind of shared what happened. According to Aaron, he was alone in his house when he heard heavy stomping. He went downstairs and noticed all the cupboards moving on their own. Then he saw every light in the house except the hall light flickering on and off, kitchen items being thrown onto the floor. Despite this, he continued downstairs where he saw a completely black figure with red eyes staring at him. He was frozen with fear. He watched as the figure glided toward him. His flight instincts kicked in and he sprinted through the snow to our house. And that wasn't the end. Shortly after Aaron arrived, we received a phone call from his house, although no one was there. My mom answered and heard only heavy breathing for about 20 seconds before the call disconnected. Aaron stayed at her house that night. The next day, we returned to him in his house, which was kind of in disarray. Kitchen items like knives and forks were scattered across the floor. Cupboards were open, chairs were knocked over, and other objects were moved. Aaron and his mom remained in the house for a few more months before moving out. His mom decided to leave after an incident where she felt an unknown force push her down the stairs, caused significant injuries. Years later, I'm walking past the house at night when it was unoccupied and saw somebody staring at me from a window. Various people have lived in that house since, but none stayed longer than 3 years. Never asked them about any unusual activity. House hasn't been occupied since 2019. Something unknown was running in the garage of my parents' house. What was it that still haunts me to this day? This is a brief account of one of the strangest days I experienced as a child. It's when my brother and I witnessed something that I considered to be paranormal. The house we lived in had a reputation for being slightly haunted. What I'm about to share is a real experience that still gives me chills. Please note, all the names mentioned here are fictitious. It was a morning like any other. My parents were out of their respective jobs, and my brother, being 4 years older than me, we were home alone. He went to school in the afternoon. During the mornings, we stayed together until my mom came home at noon. I was in the living room playing with my toys while my brother was in the kitchen. He was making himself a snack. Everything seemed peaceful. The front door and the garage gate were secured closed, and nothing unusual was happening. The living room has a window overlooking the garage. The kitchen has 3 doors, one of which also opens into the garage. My brother and I were absorbed in our activities when something very strange happened. Out of nowhere, we both heard a loud noise of footsteps coming from the garage, as if somebody was running very fast with heavy steps. The sound reverberated through both rooms, and at that moment, we thought it might be one of our friends. They often entered the house unnoticed, after all. Thinking it was a friend, I shouted, "Rick!" And at the same time, my brother yelled his friend's name, "Liam!" No response. I ran to the kitchen to check what was happening. I asked my brother if he had seen anyone through the kitchen door. He said he did. I asked him what it was. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he began searching the entire yard for whatever it was, and in the end, he found nothing. After his unsuccessful search, I asked him again what he had seen. He looked at me with a frightened expression and finally said, "I saw a man completely black like a shadow. He was much taller than usual, and wore something on his head like an old hat from the 19th century. It was scary." Hearing this description, I was terrified. Who or what was that man my brother had seen? Could it have been the spirit of somebody who had lived in the house before? Or maybe the famous Louise Grande, the strange man with dolls, whose story my parents and neighbors used to tell. I always felt scared just hearing those stories at night. Imagining his appearance, could he really exist? I don't know. I only know that we'll probably never have answers. That figure that violently ran through the garage that day, so tall and unknown, continues to haunt me to this day. Still feel uneasy whenever I'm alone in my parents' house, fearing that it might return and do more than just run through the garage. After that day, I never saw it, or more accurately, heard it again. Although I witnessed other strange events in the house after that incident, I can't say they were related to that terrifying figure. Has anyone else seen the cowboy in black standing in a field or livestock pen at night in rural Iowa? So to start off, this is a serious inquiry. When I was around 8 years old, I saw something that has stuck with me my entire life. 31-year-old male. This is the first I'm talking or even writing about it. My parents and I were driving at night after visiting my grandparents' horse farm. They have an estate in Smithland, Iowa. The moon was incredibly bright that night, bright enough to clearly see the farmland we were passing. And as we drove by a livestock pen on someone's property, I saw a man standing completely still in the middle of it. He was wearing a long black trench coat, black clothes, black cowboy hat. He didn't move. He didn't react to the car passing. But even as a kid, I felt like he was looking straight at me. I turned to him, all the others in the car too, because I knew it wasn't normal. Even as a city kid, nobody should be in a livestock pen at night like that. There's no need. When I turned back, he was gone. Just gone. Never seen him again. Never forgotten it. And even now, I can perfectly see it in my head, and a part of me is still afraid I might see him again tonight. Anybody else ever seen a figure like this? Maybe not just in Iowa, but anywhere in the Midwest or anywhere rural. I wonder if this is something others have experienced too, and this is not a story I've cooked up to entertain Reddit. This has stuck with me, nearly 23-ish years now. Deceased aunt. So to begin, I knew my aunt all my life up until I was 8. That's because she passed away in her sleep, and my cousin found her body the next morning. She was already an elder, though. She loved to pull hair, just in a sort of jokingly kind of way, an ornery way. But her favorite person to pull hair was, well, from me, or rather my head. She loved to pull my hair. She'd always pull my hair. She'd always jump out and scare me and, well, you guessed it, pulled my hair. Well, when she passed away, my family told me at the funeral that if I feel somebody pull my hair when it was nobody, then it was my aunt. I never felt her pull my hair, so I just brushed it off. And that's until my 16th birthday. We went to Corpus Christi to go to the beach. My cousins were sitting beside me. I had one cousin sitting behind me in the car, and, well, the cousin sitting behind me was sitting all the way back looking out the window. My cousin beside me were almost asleep. So my hair was stuck between my back and the seat, as my hair is super long, and all of a sudden I feel somebody pull my hair, and they pulled it so hard my hair got unstuck from between the seat and my back. I'm thinking in my head, why the heck would my cousin pull my hair? I look back, she's in the same position as she was, just looking out the window, sitting all the way back. Usually if she did something like that, she wouldn't be able to keep herself from giggling, but she wasn't. She kept a straight face just looking out the window. I didn't realize it was my aunt until I got home. I told my mom because it freaked me out. So yeah, that's my most recent paranormal encounter. My aunt was just checking up on me and being ornery as she always was. That's a pretty bizarre aunt to be pulling children's hair, but alrighty then. Seven years of childhood paranormal trauma. For the first 18 years of my life, lived in a small village in the Fens, English countryside. It's an old village with centuries of history behind it. My issues with what I can only describe as the paranormal didn't begin until I was 7. My parents had just bought a new home to accommodate our growing family. My sister had just come along. It was a nice house in a nice area. The house itself wasn't too old. I think its construction could probably be dated to the late 20th century. My parents loved it. My sister loved it. I hated it. I don't really know where to begin. I don't have a clear timeline of events in my head, so I apologize in advance if this post is really kind of scatterbrained. I'm pretty much going to write things down as I remember them. I can kind of remember how it started, knocking at my bedroom door. And one night, as I'm falling asleep, I heard 2 knocks at my door. I sat up and said, "Come in," and silence. I repeated myself and still silence. I was the kind of kid who was very easily frightened, and this frightened me. The knocks were clearly on my door, but no one was coming in and no one was answering me. I'm too scared to go open the door. For the next couple of weeks, this became a daily occurrence. As I'm falling asleep, 2 knocks at my door, followed by silence. I told my parents I was scared and that this was happening, and to kind of put it down, maybe an overactive imagination or something. But for my benefit, they left the landing light on. However, because of this, I could very clearly see that there was no one standing outside my door from the light coming in under it. Eventually, I was able to muster up the courage to get out of my bed and go open the door. Unsurprisingly, there was no one there. I closed my door, went back to my bed, and my bed was a bunk bed, and that's where the bottom bunk would be, and I had a desk and a chair. Once I got back into my bed, I started to hear something new, a sound of rustling, like someone was going through the papers on my desk, like they were going through my drawers. Got up again, turned the light on, nothing. The knocking on my door stopped after this. However, the rustling under my bed continued for months. One night, I had had enough, and I sat up in the bed and I yelled at the top of my voice, "Stop it!" And it stopped. I was certain my parents would hear me and come running to see if I was okay, but they didn't. After this, the rustling stopped and the knocking stopped. It all just stopped. My experiences weren't strictly limited to hearing things. I saw things too, but though it was significantly rarer, I can only think of 2 occasions. The first time it happened, I was sat in the living room watching TV with my mom. We had sat down with a cup of tea. We had a plate of biscuits. Once we had finished our teas and the biscuits, my mom asked me to take the mugs and plates into the kitchen. As I walked into the kitchen, I got this horrid, unsettling feeling. I don't even know how to describe it, but even thinking about it while I type this fills me with fear and almost makes me want to cry. As I'm walking through the kitchen, I got this feeling and I stopped. I looked to my left, and to my left was a corridor which led to the front door. At the end of this corridor, I saw the shadow of someone standing there. No movement, no features, it's literally just a shadow. I drop the plate and mugs, they smash, I scream, I run back into the living room. My mom's unfazed, I run up to her and start crying. She asks what's wrong. I'm confused. I ask why she didn't come to check on me when I was screaming and breaking mugs and plates. She didn't hear it. When I told her what had happened, she was still unfazed. She told me where the dustpan and brush was. The second and final time I saw something is very similar to the first time. Again, I'm in the living room, and this time my whole family. We're playing a game where you've sort of taken it in turns, and we're throwing a tennis ball into this hole in the tube. I threw the ball, and it bounced off of the tube and rolled into that same corridor. I felt that same feeling as last time, this horrible feeling. However, this time, instead of looking left to the front door, I look right into the kitchen. And on the floor, I see a shadow of a person. I scream. I run back into the living room. My entire family's unfazed. None of them care that I'm horrified, that I'm screaming. I tell them what happened, and I'm told that it's my quote-unquote active imagination. This next experience happened when I was a little bit older, maybe 13 or 14. Old enough to have my own laptop. I'm sat in my room on the floor using my laptop when all of a sudden I hear and feel this massive thud. Feels like somebody just fell over. I was worried my mom might have fallen over, and I run out of my room to my mom, who's in the room next to mine. She's okay, and I ask if she heard that loud sound, and she didn't, just me. Whenever I was home alone, I would stay in the living room with all the doors closed. As I mentioned earlier, I was an easily frightened child, and being in there with the doors closed made me feel safe. When I was home alone, I would hear what sounded like footsteps on the floor above me. Above the living room was my room, which is where it sounded like the footsteps would come from. I never investigated this. I never brought myself to go upstairs and see what was making this sound. However, there was this one time when I had a friend over and we were home alone. We had been in the living room playing on the PlayStation when the footsteps start. He says, "Who's that?" I thought we were the only ones home. I tell him that we are alone, and this sound I hear is the one that I hear when I'm alone. He gets scared and we leave the house to go out instead. We go to his house, and we're still friends. We both still remember this event well. And that's all I can remember for now. I guess those were all the things which stood out to me the most. I know there were many other things, but these are the ones which have stayed with me. Throughout all of this, I would often talk to my mom, telling her about what was happening and expressing my fears and looking for comfort. Every time I brought it up, she was unfazed. She couldn't care less. It was like talking to a robot. I moved out when I was 14, and a couple of years later I asked her about it. I asked her why she never acknowledged these things, why she never comforted me. She responded, "What are you on about?" I was shocked. I remember trying to tell her about it countless times. I proceeded to tell her everything that had happened, and she was horrified and adamant that I'd never mentioned any of this to her. Even the events where she was involved, she had no recollection of. From the ages of 14 to 18, I lived in a different house in the same village. All the horrible things I experienced were fortunately left behind in the old house. Some nights I would hear what sounds like someone opening and closing our kitchen cupboards. But as you can imagine, by this point I was so used to this sort of thing that I would just try to ignore it. Sometimes, if I were to play my guitar in my room late in the evening, I would hear someone shushing me right next to my ear. Found out after we moved that in my room the landlord's mother had passed away just before we moved in. I find it funny, thinking I might have been sharing my room with the little old lady who would get frustrated with me, especially if I'm making too much noise. And that's it really. In the years since, I've had a few different therapists. Whenever I start trying to bring any of this up, they either ignore it or just change the subject. Feels like a repeat that would happen with me and my mom, and I only really talk about it with my friend who I mentioned earlier, and more recently with my girlfriend, who won't let me tell her all of this because it scares her, which I completely understand. I felt a lot of fear while writing this. Once I moved out of that village just before my 19th birthday, never experienced anything like this again, and fingers crossed, I hope I never do. To wrap up, I want to be completely honest. As a child going through these things, I thought that it was certainly paranormal, because everything felt very real. Looking back with a more skeptical mind, I find it hard to accept that it was paranormal. As a child, I experienced many traumas, some which I don't want to talk about. Some of the ones I'm comfortable mentioning include bullying, physical and verbal abuse from a teacher, who would also encourage the bullies, an alcoholic father, and parents who would argue loudly. I mention these because if I had to choose an explanation for these events apart from that of the paranormal, I would say it was a response to this incredibly stressful and traumatic environment I was brought up in. Stopped because I left the area where I associated those traumas with. Weird experience in a hotel room. So I'm currently on a school trip. Last night, my two roommates and I are getting ready to sleep at about 10 or so. One of my roommates fell asleep, and my other roommate was in the shower. After my roommates got out of the shower, she was still in the bathroom, and I kept hearing some sort of mumbling and muttering type of humming thing. Like there was a voice that sounded like my roommate who was asleep. But it wasn't her exactly. Anyway, I thought it was my roommate in the bathroom because she has a great voice, and she might have been humming to herself. When she got out, I asked her about it, and she said she wasn't making any noise. Then she told me that the previous night she kept hearing tapping that sounded like it was coming from the cabinet. But when she opened it, there was nothing there. Right as she told me about that, I started to hear tapping by the cabinet door. A couple of minutes later, the air conditioning turned on and started pulsing almost. It would have been normal because it's a hotel, but neither of them were rhythmic. It started to get honestly terrifying because we'd have to get up and turn off the light from across the room. I grabbed the Bible from the nightstand and held it across my chest as I got up to turn the light off. We still had a lamp on to see if we could read the Bible verses. While we were reading and praying, which neither of us are even really religious, the tapping stopped for a second before we heard 3 loud taps. She told me that apparently that was supposed to be the mocking of the Holy Spirit or something. Ended up turning off the lamp and trying to sleep. But what happened next, honestly, horrified me. Had my eyes open because I was too scared to close them, and I swear the floor across the room, like a patch of it, sort of glowing. The room around it kept getting darker, and we saw a skinny, tall figure in the corner of the room. I turned the light back on and sobbed. Kept the light on and fell asleep with the Bible between us. I was telling this story to a teacher, and he told me another student came to him with a slightly similar story. Anyway, it's the morning after, and everything seems really hazy about that memory. Like I can't remember if it really happened, but like I know it did. I don't have an exact memory of it, but I definitely remember my roommate's shocked face with tears running down it. I feel like we saw something we weren't supposed to see, or maybe something happened after we fell asleep. Could paranormal events be explained by high radioactivity or EMF exposure? I've been diving into some unusual theories about the connection between environmental factors, like high radioactivity and electromagnetic fields. I wanted to share a thought that's been on my mind. Could the strange phenomena that some of us consider paranormal ghost sightings or strange noises or feelings of dread actually be the result of high levels of radiation or EMFs in certain areas? There is scientific evidence that exposure to high radiation or EMF pollution can alter brain function. Those can lead to sensory distortions, which might explain why some people experience what they perceive as hauntings. Here are a few points to consider. Radiation and EMF impact on the brain. Exposure to radiation and electromagnetic fields can affect the brain's electrical activity, causing symptoms like dizziness and nausea, even hallucinations. This could lead people to interpret these sensations as paranormal experiences, such as seeing shadows or hearing unexplained noises. Case studies. In the aftermath of Chernobyl, many people reported ghost sightings and eerie experiences in the abandoned zone. That's where radiation levels were off the charts. Some studies suggest that places with high EMF levels, like hospitals or near power lines, have been linked to paranormal experiences, such as strange sounds and ghost sightings. Psychological effects. The anxiety or paranoia caused by high EMF levels might make people feel like they're being watched or that something is off in the space, triggering what we interpret as being paranormal activity. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Has anybody had experiences with hauntings or strange occurrences in places with high EMF or radiation exposure? Could environmental factors be influencing these perceptions, or do you believe something more supernatural is at play? Just to play the devil's advocate, which I generally do. Not discounting any connection to any of these things, but in the aftermath of the Chernobyl disaster, there was a lot of casualties. So, just to back the paranormal up here, you would think there would be a lot of casual sightings in that particular area. What if shadow people aren't malevolent at all, but loved ones we've lost? We always fear what we don't understand. But what if the shadows watching us aren't monsters. They're family. I've been thinking a lot lately about the phenomenon of shadow people. We often hear stories of dark figures standing silently, just watching. They don't speak, they don't attack, they don't seem to want to hurt anyone either. They're just there. What if we've been misunderstanding them this entire time? What if shadow people aren't evil entities at all, but people we once knew and loved quietly visiting us from beyond? Maybe that's why they never intervene or cause harm. They're not there to scare us, they're there to watch over us, to stay connected in the only way they can. Maybe in their current form, communication is too difficult, or maybe they know appearing fully would overwhelm us with grief or fear. That would also explain why so many encounters with shadow figures happen during times of intense emotional grief, depression, or stress. Moments when we need someone the most. I'm not claiming to know the answer, just offering a perspective I haven't seen talked about that much. It's a comforting thought, for me at least. Well, I think that we can all use some comforting thoughts from time to time. And truly, I wish everybody can hear them abundantly and for as long as they need to hear them. Sure know that it would be helpful for me. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, they say. I think. Sweet dreams. Paranormal M isn't just a channel. It's a gateway into the chilling unknown. Every story draws you closer to the whispers of something watching from beyond. Subscribe and hit the bell, so you're never left wondering what's lurking in the dark. I once dreamt I was dying, every night, for 7 days straight. I was 14 at the time. In the dream, I was on a hospital bed. I was unconscious. Wires were all around me. Loved ones stood around me. A figure hovered above me. Not a person, not even like a recognizable shape. Just blackness, thick, weightless. Almost like smoke holding itself together. It never spoke, but I knew instinctively that when it touched me, I'd die. Each second it would draw closer, my heart would race. The hospital monitor beeped faster, and then flatline. That exact moment I'd wake up full of sweat, heart racing, and always at 4 a.m., not 4:02, not 3:59, exactly 4. It kept repeating the whole week, and by the 7th night it had stopped surprising me. I expected it. But that night, I felt something different the moment I woke up. A heat, a burning on my back. Not pain, just a deep, raw burning. I went to the mirror, and I took a look. Across my back were lines, straight, horizontal, like pressed-in seams or old scars reopened. They were neatly spaced and definitely unnatural. They were too perfect to be random. They didn't bleed. They didn't sting. They just existed. The dream never returned after that. Life carried on. School, friends, growing up. And I'm 22 now. Lines are still there. But they have faded. They don't hurt anymore either. My only paranormal experience. This happened to me when I was around 13 or 14. So, about 14 years ago. But I'll set the vibe. We had moved into this house when I was 6. I never liked it. Could never really settle in it. I would actually for months when we first moved in. I'd put myself to sleep by repeating, "There's no such thing as monsters." Anyways, 2 years later, my little brother was born. And that was when he was 3 or 4, he moved into my old room. I got the bigger room. He'd always wake up screaming, saying there was a man in the corner of his room trying to light it on fire. I could only get him to settle back to sleep if we put on Fireman Sam, a kid show. Even when he slept in my mam's room, he'd have these episodes waking up saying someone's in the corner and that there's bugs crawling all over the ground. So creepy. But we thought maybe a bit of night terrors or imagination. Fast forward another 5 or 6 years. I'm having breakfast. My mam tells me that she has such a strange experience the night before, and she was so scared she was going to sleep in with me. She said she was asleep but woke up to the sound of someone breathing in her ear. Now, in her sleepy haze for a few seconds, I thought it was my brother. Then I remembered he was at his dad's. She jumped up, turned the light on. Nobody there. So I went to school and came home to her burning sage in her room only. I was like, would you not sage the whole house? She only had a little bit left and was going to get more tomorrow. Grand. Didn't think much of it, didn't really believe her story either. Until the next morning, I was off sick from school with tonsillitis. Ma'am gone to work, and I was happily sitting in my bed playing The Sims. Then I felt it, almost a bubble feeling around the head, kind of like when you're underwater. Then I heard this really breathy breathing in my right ear. The one that if somebody was standing beside me, it'd be the ear that they'd be breathing in. Now, it wasn't a scary breathing. It was just big, deep breaths, and I didn't feel threatened, but safe to say I shit myself and legged it downstairs. I rang my ma, and I told her, and I stayed downstairs all day until she came home. Woman forgot the sage. Grant, I'll just get murdered. Thanks, Ma. Went to bed. Nothing happened. But the next morning, same setup. Happily playing The Sims. Happens again. I remember I just put my hands up and said, okay, I'm going to go downstairs, but this time I made sure to take my laptop with me to continue playing The Sims. My ma came home that day with sage and did the whole house. Didn't happen again after that, but a few weeks later, my nanny brought me a special heat-resistant mug for drinking green tea. That was sort of her thing. Ma'am and me were standing in the kitchen. We're talking and making tea, and I said as I was pouring the water into my new cup to make the tea, "Hey, I think the ghosts are gone." And when I say I hadn't even put more than a drop of water in, it was barely a splash. Whole glass just shattered into millions of tiny pieces. My ma and me just looked at each other and laughed and said, well, I guess not then. But yeah, that's my story. Nothing else ever happened after that. We moved a couple of years later. And then my lovely ma'am that one day told me, oh yeah, when I was younger, that house was boarded up and a group of us broke in and did a Ouija board and things started moving around the place. So we ran, never went in again. Sound Ma for opening a portal to the spirit world and having us all move in 15 years later, so yeah, that's my only paranormal experience. And hopefully the last. Shared my nightly sleep paralysis experiences with a friend. She referred to it as the hag. I'm concerned. I'm a 22-year-old man. Been experiencing nightly sleep paralysis for as long as I can remember. At this point, it's almost normal for me. But that doesn't really mean I'm used to it. It's still deeply disturbing. I can only sleep on my back or with my back against the wall because any other position makes me feel like someone is touching me all over, even though I'm alone in my room. What makes it worse is I wake up into sleep paralysis and I have no memory of where I am or how I even got there. I'm in an unfamiliar place, unable to see my surroundings clearly, and I always feel like someone was with me just before I woke up. There's also an unsettling sensation that something is trying to force me to fall asleep, paired with an ominous feeling that if I do, I might die. I've let myself come close to falling asleep during these episodes, and when I do, I struggle to breathe and I feel my heartbeat slow down. After researching the hag, I'm seriously concerned. Recent events have convinced me 100% that the supernatural is real. There's no rational explanation for what I've been experiencing. I've considered that I might be schizophrenic or paranoid or imagining things. But I started recording these events and asking skeptics for rational answers. They either can't explain it or they say I'm overthinking coincidences. When I ask how many coincidences it takes to stop being a coincidence, they give me a number far lower than what I experience daily. Long story short, I no longer believe in coincidences. TLDR. I've had nightly sleep paralysis my whole life, feeling touched by an unseen presence and fearing death if I fall asleep during episodes. After researching the hag, I found several things that align with what I experience or have experienced at some point. I've begun to grow concerned. Strange noises and bad feelings at my girlfriend's house. Currently, my girlfriend and I live in separate houses. I live with my mother in a building, and she lives with her mother in a house. Getting straight to the point, my girlfriend's mother left, and with that, I was alone with my girlfriend. Whenever I go to her house at bedtime, I hear noises that can sometimes be normal. Things dilating, the refrigerator, etc. Dilating. But it happens very frequently, but in the early hours of today, it was a little bit more complicated. We went to sleep around 00:30, which I think is 12:30 a.m. And so far so good. But she falls asleep very quickly, and I always take a while to fall asleep normally. And at her house is even worse due to the noises. And today I started to hear very loud noises coming from the kitchen of glasses being placed in the sink and very frequent, very loud clicks. Till a while later, the peak, 3 strong and loud knocks that seemed to come from the hallway or kitchen. It's as if they were footsteps or knocks on the wall. I don't know where it came from exactly, and at that moment I woke up my girlfriend and I was trying to convince her to come to my house without explaining for fear of irritating whatever was there. Clicks didn't work. They stopped. From the moment I managed to convince her, we ran to my car, and on the way I explained what was happening. She told me that she also heard the noise of something hitting her window. She believed it was the wind, though. Well, right now it's around 3 a.m., and I'm in my bed writing this, next to my girlfriend who finally managed to sleep after all this shock. Window wind, though. One night on Fort Lewis, JBLM. I was stationed at Fort Lewis, JBLM, for about 4 years, and in my time there I've experienced some weird things. One that sticks out was a windy, gloomy night in August. I was laying in my bed one hot, sticky night in the barracks. I lived on the 3rd floor. The buildings didn't have AC, so I had my window open, big fan propped up in the window. Though the fan made a rattling sound sitting in my window against a metal frame, I kind of got used to it. It even became kind of like white noise for me to sleep to. Well, on this night, I noticed the rattling sound was fading in and out rightfully, so I assumed it was due to me fading in and out of sleep. At some point, I noticed that my white noise was no longer going, so I looked at my window, which was at the head of my bed. As my eyes focused on the white fan in the pitch-black room, I'd come to realize that the fan was hovering or floating about 2 inches off of my window frame. So once I figured out what it was I was really seeing, I snapped back to my sleeping position, trying to convince myself that I didn't see what I just saw. Despite what I saw bothering me so much, I tried to get back to sleep. A few minutes after falling asleep, I feel my undershirt begin to come undone. I just figured I was moving around a lot in my sleep. But as I'm tucking my shirt in on one side, it begins coming untucked on the other side. It was like something out of an episode of Looney Tunes, except it was not really that comical, and it was kind of terrifying. At the same time, I had a plug plugged into a socket in my oversized closet. That's where I stored my oversized desk that illuminated green when plugged in. And as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I hear what sounds like something sliding back and forth over and over again, and I can see the green light turning on and off repeatedly out of my peripheral vision. When I decide to look into my closet, I indeed see the light going on and off. After a few seconds, my eyes focused on what I was looking at. I saw my desk drawer sliding in and out, which was in front of my green-lit plug. Almost forgot to mention, I had a senior NCO who was a devout Christian. He told me once at a church event or Bible study, I can't recall which one, the pastor blew up a pentagram and a U.S. map to kind of an equal ratio. That's where one of the points on the star landed damn near right on Fort Lewis. Add to that, at the time, Fort Lewis, JBLM, had the highest suicide rate in the entire military. Well, it seems a little bit too easy to do, though. Depends on how much you blow it up and where you center it. Open to it, just saying. My paranormal encounter at Dearborn, Seattle Goodwill. Back in 2013, I worked in the oldest flagship Goodwill store. It was located in downtown Seattle. Twice a week, I would work the overnight shift, and let me tell you, this place was haunted. There were so many unexplained happenings that I experienced that it's hard to pick one. One night between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m., I was cleaning the back area of the store, which was only accessible by employees. Keep in mind, the store was a huge 3-story building. I don't know the exact square footage, but I would say somewhere around 100K square feet. I'm about halfway between the north wall and the south wall of the back room, and I can clearly see someone I don't recognize. Not an employee, I assumed. I was walking around an area they shouldn't be. From a distance, I could clearly see this person was dressed in older attire. It looked like late 1800s to early 1900s clothing, but I paid it no attention. After all, I'm living in hipster Seattle, so I called out to him or her, and I was just trying to say that they weren't allowed to be back there. Then I watched this person look over their shoulder at me, then continued to walk into the manager's office, which was a big no-no. So I sprinted to that end of the store, catch them before they got into something that they had no business being in. When I got to the end of that store, there was no one in sight. But there was a door that led to a sort of courtyard break area kind of thing outside. The walls in this area were like 20 feet high. There's no way in hell this person could be scaling their way out of there, especially as quickly as I got there. Not to mention, this courtyard was boxed in on all 4 sides by Goodwill itself on 2 sides, and 2 other connected buildings, essentially blocking this area off from the outside, so I was perplexed, to say the least. What messed me up the most was the fact that I'm certain I heard the door leading outside close behind whoever went out there. And before you say it was the door closing behind me, there was no door leading to the manager's office. Needless to say, I was in shock. I had to gather myself before I continued with the rest of my shift. Strange experience in the woods. It's a beautiful spot. It's located on a hill with an amazing view over a field and into the distance. I've watched a few sunsets there, It's always been one of my go-to places. There's also a campfire there, which seemed to be used occasionally by others. I left my apartment around 2200, headed toward the forest. The night was pitch black. I chose not to use a light. I really wasn't sure why. Maybe I just didn't want to attract attention and preferred to enjoy the quiet warmth of the evening. As I walked, I passed an old farm next to the road leading to the clearing. The road itself connects to another town nearby. I had passed that farm many times before. I'd never seen any animals, people, or cars around it. It always seemed abandoned to me. But that night was different. As I walked past it, an unmistakable farm animal smell hit me, something I'd never experienced there before. It was that typical earthy, musky scent you get when animals are around. Instinctively, I looked around hoping to spot something in the darkness. But just as always, the place was completely empty. No animals, no sign of life, nothing except the strong smell lingering in the air. I found it strange, but I shook it off and continued walking. Soon I reached the clearing, sat next to the campfire ready to stargaze. That was pretty much my whole purpose for coming. I wanted to lie underneath the sky and take in the stars. When I inspected the campfire, I noticed that beneath the ash, some embers were still glowing. There was also firewood stacked nearby, left by whoever had been there before. I decided to rekindle the fire, using the leftover wood, and soon I was lying on the ground next to it watching the stars. For about 2 hours until midnight, I enjoyed the peaceful night. But eventually, I ran out of firewood. I didn't feel like venturing to the woods for more, so I let the fire die out and allowed myself just to drift into the quiet darkness. Then suddenly, I heard footsteps. They were coming toward me from the gravel road, loud and distinct in the silent night. The fire had burned out completely. The moon was dim, leaving everything in near total darkness. I couldn't see them, and I guess they couldn't see me. But as I lie there in the ground, hidden by darkness, I listened closely and I tracked their movements by sound alone. As the footsteps passed me, I got up and started following them. It wasn't strange to me at the time. I was heading home, and they had just happened to be going the same direction toward my town. If anything, I felt a strange sense of advantage they didn't know I was there, but I knew about them. Their footsteps remained steady, crunching over the gravel. I could hear my own footfalls joining theirs. Then, without a warning, their footsteps vanished, just gone. I stopped, confused, didn't really think much of it at first. Continued down the road, passing the farm again. Something nagged at me. So I paused, I turned around and waited, expecting to see someone emerge from the darkness behind me. Maybe I had somehow passed them without noticing. In the near-total blackness of the forest, it was possible. But no one came. I stood there for a while, staring into the darkness, waiting for movement, a sound, anything. But there was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling of the trees, no sign of anyone. And that's what kind of unsettled me the most. If it had just been a person walking ahead of me, they wouldn't have known I was there. That means if they suddenly heard another set of footsteps behind them, it would have startled them. And if they jumped off the road into the forest, maybe to hide or escape, there should have been some noises or branches, leaves, something. I don't think too deeply, till a few days later. That's when I replayed the whole scenario in my mind. The more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. Now I don't know what to make of it. Seeking similar situations. When I was 13, I had an experience that still leaves me unsettled to this day. My grandparents owned a cattle farm in Oklahoma. It had over 400 acres of land. The farm was very secluded, surrounded by woods and open pastures. A peaceful yet eerie place. One day, I'm walking from my grandmother's house to meet my cousins halfway. They lived just about a mile, maybe, from where the dirt road to my grandmother's property began. As I was walking along the dirt road, something caught my eye. It was a figure, a human-shaped one, but completely black, as though cloaked in shadow. Ran across the road in front of me at an unbelievable speed, moving so quickly, I barely had time to process it. It didn't stop or look at me, it just darted into the woods and vanished within seconds. I froze in place, not sure what I'd just seen, feeling both shocked and deeply unsettled. My heart raced and I couldn't move for a few moments. What was it? Why had it shown itself to me? These questions have stuck with me ever since. Soon after, my cousins appeared over the hill, coming from the opposite side. They didn't see anything, but when I told them what I'd experienced, they seemed to lie about seeing it themselves. Their reactions didn't match the seriousness of the situation, and I knew they hadn't really witnessed anything. Even now, I wonder if something would have happened differently if I'd been alone longer. I can't help but feel that the encounter was meaningful in some way, like I was meant to see it. Whole things never really fully left me. I know what I saw was real, even if I still don't fully understand it. I want to see it again. Dark figure. I'm always a skeptic, but last night I seen a dark figure walk from in between my neighbor's house and mine. It turned, walked up to the front door of my neighbor's place, stood there for a moment, and, by the way, nobody's home next door right now because they're sort of out of the province for a few days. I'm also in a small village of 500 or 600 people. It's 3 a.m. and nobody should be going up to that door. Me, being the guy I am, started to approach this person. I was outside for a smoke, woke up abruptly for no reason last night, and had a kind of heavy craving for one, which is fairly normal at this point. I exclaimed, "Excuse me, can I help you?" I'd taken 3 steps toward my neighbor's place. The person disappeared right before my eyes. In disbelief, I rubbed my eyes, then again, because what the heck? The front of the house and the side is illuminated by a small solar floodlight. There were no shadows cast by the moon. It wasn't even out last night. There was no wind to blow trees around. Nothing that I can try now to think of really wouldn't cause me to mistake a shadow or a bin for a person. I turn on my phone's flashlight and I walk over. I check the door and it's locked. Checked beside their house on the other side. Nada. I've expressed permission to be on the property, by the way. My wife confirms she saw the same thing 3 days ago around midnight. The figure was tall-looking, was wearing like a hat or a bonnet or something on their head. They were wearing all black with like a cloak or a trench coat or maybe a dress, like little white specks all over it. Black pants and shoes. The figure didn't turn toward me. I couldn't see a face. I want to see this again. I hardly believe that I seen it the first time. Any tips for doing this? Should I just sit outside for a few hours watching the front door? Would hanging around scare it off? I don't know. I just need proof that this wasn't my eyes playing tricks on me, apart from my wife seeing the same thing a few days ago. Also, do digital cameras pick up the supernatural, or should I go buy a disposable with a flash? Had the weirdest experience of my life last night. Me and my girlfriend always sleep, well, as they're putting it, sleep on FT. Sleep on foot, due to us being long distance. Oh, FaceTime. That's an Apple thing, right? Me and my girlfriend always sleep on FaceTime due to us being long distance. And at 2:50, estimated, she confirmed that I was snoring and sound asleep. I wake up this morning in my bed with no clothes on. I always sleep fully clothed. Trauma, yippee. So I get dressed and go downstairs, or rather upstairs to see my dead phone propped up where I normally put it while I eat. Food I have no memory of preparing. My water bottle full of Coke that I don't remember making, and some chips and other stuff I don't remember getting. Call my girlfriend after charging my phone, and she tells me she woke up at around 5 o'clock and my phone was already dead. Now, doing the math based on when we called yesterday, about 14:15, and the call lasting 15 hours and 15 minutes, some weird numbers, we figured out that my phone went dead upstairs at 3:30. My phone on FaceTime will last 2 hours fully charged, which LK it was, because that's what it was when I fell asleep around 11. But what I'm gathering is at some point between 2:50 and 3:30, I made my way upstairs without my knowledge. I've read a bunch of stories and stuff about spirits requiring energy to function, and people's batteries getting drained when spiritual activity is occurring. Now that alone is me pretty freaked out, and now adding that the fact that it was the witching hour and I somehow made it up with my made it up my obnoxious ass flight of stairs. And I perfectly prepared a full-on meal. I'm kinda coming to the conclusion that I was possessed in some sense. I've no experience with this stuff, no history of sleepwalking or mania. I would really appreciate some guidance as to what might have happened, but I'm truly and honestly freaked out. I have my own thoughts, and I'm gonna keep them. Glitch alternate reality. What the fuck did I saw? See, when I was young, I saw something really strange. I was running late for high school and took a path I'd taken hundreds of times. It's just a street that ends on the side of a park that's surrounded by a wall. It's like a big T, sort of like the top part being the wall, and you can turn left or right. Walking just ahead of me, there was a man with short hair and a sort of bag pack. Instead of turning left or right, he just walked toward the wall. The wall is about 7 feet tall on the side of the road, but about 2 feet tall on the other side. So you can easily see the road side people walking in the park and the benches. This guy didn't walk through the wall. It looked like he was still walking. Like one of those things you see in video games where a character is stuck against a wall and starts walking just a few feet above the ground. Then he vanished. I was shocked. Ran toward the wall. I looked around. There was no trace. And I was not high enough to look clearly into the park, so I just assumed that I was tired and he climbed over the wall weirdly. A few years later, in the area, I noticed the same guy walking just in front of me. Different outfit, same bag, same haircut, and I don't know, I just knew it was him. So I followed him. Followed him to that same place, and the same shit happened again. I nearly lost it. Took me a few seconds to compose myself. I ran over to the wall, and I was not able to really jump to the other side, but I was able to grab the edge and take a look. He wasn't there, and there was nowhere to hide, just grass, some thin trees, and maybe a bench. The thing about the guy is that both times I saw him, I noticed that he knew where he was going, so I ran toward the park entrance that's just about 40 yards away, went in the same direction trying to intercept him. On the other side, there's a big plaza. And again, nowhere to hide, and strangely, at that hour, it was nearly empty. No trace of him. Not by the road, not at the end of the street. I mean, he was wearing a very particular outfit. Easy to spot. But he was gone. I can't sleep. I feel something in my chest, and strange things happen to me. For years, I haven't been able to sleep. That's because whenever I start closing my eyes, I see just for a few moments many stretched out black humanoid shadows all around my room. Then I wake up, and this keeps happening over and over until I finally pass out and sleep for a couple of hours. It always comes with a sensation in my chest or inside me. It's hard to explain, like a mix between pain and a sort of wish sound or force inside my body. It's warning me that this is about to happen and that I need to stay awake. Even if I haven't slept before, if I don't want to suffer the consequences. Whenever I try to ignore this warning feeling, stronger and worse things happen. I've crossed that line 3 times, and they were so intense that I don't want to experience it again. That's why I almost never sleep. I started sleeping facing the wall, fully covered up to my head, so I wouldn't see anything, and that worked for a while. Until one night I felt a large hand with long nails, very cold. They were slowly touching me from the top of my head down my back. Then it disappeared. I got horrified. I counted to 3, jumped up, turned on all the lights, checked the whole room. Nothing. Strange thing is that I sleep on just a mattress. So there's no under my bed for anyone to hide. I don't know where that hand came from. The second time, I'm lying on my back with my arms crossed. For just a millisecond as I woke up, I saw a black humanoid figure squatting on my chest, staring directly at me. It didn't have eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. That's because its whole body was bent forward toward me. The third time just happened this morning. Again, I'm lying on my back. I try to sleep on my side so this doesn't happen, but somehow I always end up turning on my back while asleep. I felt a weight on my bed, like someone sat down. Then my blanket was slowly pulled off my face gently, as if somebody was uncovering me in a kind, careful way. Then I felt a kiss on my cheek near my neck. At first, I thought it was my mother. She used to wake me up like that when I was a kid. But suddenly, that kiss turned into suction like a hickey, so strong that I immediately stopped thinking it was her. Hurt so much I had to count to 3 and force myself up, even though my body was still half asleep. I stayed alert, looking around, and then I heard my mom on the rooftop and realized it hadn't been her at all. All of this happened because I ignored the warning feeling in my chest I mentioned earlier. The one that tells me you have to stop sleeping now. Like a sign that if I don't, things like this will happen. I looked online and the closest thing I found was exploding head syndrome. Whoa. But that doesn't explain the other stuff that happens to me. One time I searched tutorials on how to fall asleep. There's a military method about holding your breath and relaxing to sleep in 5 minutes. I tried it in the dark with my eyes closed. I felt a very loud noise aimed at me, as if it entered my body. Along with that, a white light. I could see it even with my eyes closed. It made me open my eyes immediately and let out a loud gasp. Turned on the lights and I couldn't sleep again. So I have no way to fall asleep, and every time I feel that warning I have to get up, even if I've only slept 1 hour. Want to know if anybody else feels what I feel. And an important detail. If I sleep with someone else in the same room, not necessarily in the same bed, none of this ever happens, and I can sleep as long as I want to. Right now, I feel like I have only 3 choices. Not sleeping, which is what I normally do until I pass out. Ignoring the warning and seeing how far I can go. Even if this stuff happens, I'm scared it could be too strong and I won't be able to handle it. Don't know where the limit is. Sleeping accompanied. I don't want to do this because I don't want to bother my family. Has anybody else ever felt something like this? Any advice on how I could sleep with what this could be would help me a lot. I just want to feel safe sleeping again. That reminds me of what happened 2 days ago. I had something that I thought was a heart attack. I was laying down and my chest turned completely cold, like my heart literally zapped into ice. Left arm went completely numb. And then all of a sudden this is the part that's weird, because up until then you're like, okay, those are heart attack symptoms. But for me, everything turned sepia tone. Like, sepia tone. Not a little, like, only sepia tone. or if you took just a yellow filter and threw it over top your vision. And I've never hallucinated once in my life, except for this time, which was only 2 days ago, weirdly enough. I see everything in sepia tone. I'm smacking myself in the chest. In case it's a heart attack for some reason, to me that sounds like a good thing to do? Question mark. And I kept momentarily passing out. And each time I passed out, I had everything was no longer sepia tone when I passed out. Everything was like if you took a camera and put the exposure all the way up, or the ISO all the way up. So anything that was dark was black, and anything that was vaguely not dark was super white. And I saw 10 shapes of, ish, somewhere between 6 and 12 people. And every time I would pass out, which would be only for a couple of seconds, you'd see them kind of rush from across what I assume is a room to sort of standing over me. And I just kept asking, or rather not asking, I kept saying, I don't recognize you, over and over and over again. And then I'd wake up and I'd be like, still can't move my arm. And I'd pass out again. And then I'd see the same exact thing, same exact replay. And the weird thing is their haircuts. And the other weird thing is I really didn't recognize anyone. I think my vintage mirror is haunted. Okay, so I have this mirror in my bedroom. My mom bought it from a store years ago. It was in the living room for a few years before she gave it to me. Weird things have started happening. Never feel like I'm alone in my room. I do my makeup, skincare, hair in that mirror, and I always feel like I'm looking at someone else. I sometimes talk to myself in the mirror, or I guess whoever I think is in the mirror. Sounds stupid, but sometimes I do really need some company. To describe the mirror, it's very big. It's heavy and detailed. It has a silver tone border around the glass, like royalty pieces on it. I don't even know if that makes sense. Not to me, but I think you mean it's ornate. But it's like the style of mirror you'd find in a castle or palace. I believe you have like the mirrors that you find in a museum of a castle where the royals used to live. I probably don't make any sense here, but it's very medieval looking, I guess. I'm going to stick with ornate. Anyway, since that mirror, I've had small but very disturbing encounters. I would hear my bedroom door knock despite my parents being downstairs. I would hear the shower running, but when I'd look into the bathroom, the shower isn't on. My blinds have blown in the wind, although I closed my windows. My living room door closed on its own, even though I was home alone. I wake up with scratches and bruises on my legs, even though I sleep alone. I brought this up to my parents. They said they've had similar experiences in the house, and this one time my dad heard footsteps upstairs. Thought it was just me at first. Before remembering, I wasn't home because I was in college. My mom would catch someone in the corner of her eye walking across the upstairs hallway. That's when she passed the stairs. My sister's been acting strange lately. She doesn't live with us from being much older than me, but she said she doesn't like coming over anymore. She won't tell us why, she just says, I just don't enjoy it as much anymore. Or something like that. Changes the topic. I don't know, I feel off lately. I think it's the mirror, because when she does come over and needs to borrow something from my room, she refuses to go and get it herself. Asks me to while looking concerned. Whenever I pass the mirror, I feel a shiver up my spine. Like something is waiting for me to look at it. I don't know. Probably all in my head, and I'm overthinking it. But I am quite spiritual, so I do believe the paranormal is involved. I know I wasn't alone. Last night, I'm home alone. And before anybody says, Yes, the police were contacted and investigated and blah, 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 blah. But I'm just going to share my experience anyway. I was home alone last night. My parents were out at an event with their friends, so I had to stay home and watch the house. Not long after they left, I drove, and I'm 17 by the way, I drove to Subway to grab some food before heading home. To be honest, I'm not an easily scared person or anything like that, but I don't know, I get such an off, empty feeling when I'm home alone. That's because I never feel like I am alone. After eating my food, I watched some TV in the living room for a bit, but then I heard sounds from upstairs. They sounded like light footsteps, kinda. I paused the TV and I listened. The footsteps stopped. And not to sound too corny or full of myself, but I'm a bit built and won't go down without a fight. So I gathered the courage to head upstairs. But of course, with a knife, because I'm not dumb enough to leave myself open like that. I checked the hole upstairs, and no one was there, and yeah, I checked the closets under the beds and everywhere somebody could be hiding. No one. I let out a small exhale of relief, because if I did end up finding somebody, I wasn't ready for what it would be like. It was getting pretty late, so I switched the living room TV off, locked the house up all right, and made sure nothing was unlocked, including all the windows. Then I went to my room and watched TV there. Everything was fine until I heard light knocking. I looked around to see where it could be coming from. My bedroom door was open and my closet's built in a certain way where nobody could possibly fit in there since it was shelves and not an open space. I examined the house again and still nothing. I was getting a little annoyed. Went back into my room, but then heard someone calling me. It sounded so much like my dad's voice. I knew it was because my dad has a thick Italian accent with a deep tone. It was definitely him. But it was so weird. That's because I didn't hear my parents come home. I was about to check it out before realizing that every time he called my name, it sounded exactly the same. My heart absolutely sunk when I realized what presence I was in. Quickly shut my door, and since it doesn't have a lock, I blocked it with my unit. I called my parents and they contacted the police. The police showed up about 10 minutes later from the station, not being far from my house. Checked out my window to make sure it was actually the police before heading downstairs and opening the door. I reported everything to them, and they told me they would patrol the area after searching my house top to bottom. No one was found. There was no break-in because nothing was stolen, no doors or windows were unlocked or broken. It wasn't a person, it was a mimic. I know it was. I've read plenty of stories and seen dozens of clips of mimics being caught on camera. I didn't sleep last night. Even after my parents came home, I was so on edge because I know if I left my room from being fully believing it was my dad, I probably would have been killed. You blocked the door with your unit. Never heard that one before. Something in the darkness held out its hand to me when I was a child. This happened to me when I was really young, somewhere between 3 and 5 years old. Not really sure. Back then, 2008 to 2013, my family used to sleep on the floor in the bedroom on the second floor. We couldn't afford proper beds at the time, and it was usually just me, my mother, and my newborn sister in one room. That was, before my dad passed away. We'd usually sleep on the couch, maybe in the living room. Since we didn't have an air conditioner back then, we would just leave the doors wide open for cold air. And on this particular night, I randomly woke up out of nowhere. I don't know why, but I just sat up and kind of looked around. Everything was quiet, and it must have been around 1 or 2 a.m. The orange glow from our nightlight made everything feel strange and eerie. Then I heard what sounded like slow, faint footsteps or tapping. For some damn reason, I decided to crawl toward the sound. Maybe I was too young to walk around at night, but I clearly remember crawling on all fours. I stopped in the middle of the hallway and looked toward the living room because I thought that's where the sound was coming from. Saw my father on the couch, maybe asleep, maybe not. The room was pretty dim, but I could still make him out. Then I heard the sound again, but now the sound was coming from the sewing room. I turned toward it and I crawled all the way up to the doorway. There was no door back then, it was just an empty frame. But the second I reached it, the sound stopped. At that moment, something felt very wrong. Unlike the hallway or the living room, the sewing room wasn't just dark, it was pitch black, like an empty void. It wasn't the kind of darkness you just adjust to with your eyes. It felt like staring into a wall of pure blackness, as if the space inside didn't exist anymore. Couldn't see anything beyond the doorway. I remember just sitting there frozen, just staring. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes. But at some point, I saw a hand came out of the darkness. It was the same pitch black as the room itself. I couldn't see where the arm ended. It just extended from the void. The rest lost inside, probably. But it didn't try to grab me. It just held itself out like it was offering, like it wanted me to take it. I didn't move. I stared at it. Then just as suddenly, it instantly retreated. My dad came out of the living room, probably to go to the bathroom, and saw me sitting there. He asked me what I was doing and picked me up and carried me to the bedroom, shut the door, and that's where the memory ends. I've tried to write it off as a dream, but no, I remember everything so vividly. Every touch, the exact words my dad said, it felt so real. I never had dreams that come remotely close to this till now. I'm not saying it was a ghost or a shadowy figure or anything in specific. I honestly have no idea. And every time someone brings up strange or paranormal experiences, this memory comes back clear as day. Had it not been for my dad, I don't know what would have happened. I miss that guy. Hope he rests well. Residual ghosts and poltergeist attacks. When I was growing up, I could see ghosts. Not just one, but 2 or 3 different ones, each distinguishable from each other. A man had died at my house before we moved in. I believe the other 2 had died in my neighbor's house. I know somebody had died there, just not who it was. I'd see them walking down the hallways, getting ready to take a shower or chilling in the kitchen. They were pretty much the exact look of a Force ghost from Star Wars with a semi-transparent blue. They also knew that I could see them. Every time I opened a door, it was like maybe a 1 out of 5 chance I would see one. Almost always, they would turn around quickly, looking surprised and then terrified I could see them. Then they would just instantly vanish. There was 2 guys and a girl, all around mid-30s to 40s. And as I got older, I stopped seeing them. I still wonder if it was my overactive imagination, but then I remind myself how weirdly specific everything was. Never had an imaginary friend. I never was even thinking about them, and would still see them. Anyways, on to the poltergeist attacks. I was attacked by poltergeist at an old job. Everyone who worked there, even my brother who was the manager, had experiences. Just not as bad as mine was that day. My brother had told me that, other than himself, he had reported disembodied voices and shadow people, doors and objects moving in their own, and weird noises. I have enough stories to take an hour writing this, but I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I was sweeping the pool deck. The pool was completely empty, just me. It was about 5 or 6 p.m., so the sun is just getting ready to set. I was sweeping, and I hear a female's voice. Sounded young, like a teenager. Kind of scream-laughed into my ears. It sounded like she was right behind me. I could feel the vibrations in the air from how stupidly loud this laugh was. Like a speaker on max right behind you. It was loud enough to drown out every other sound. I remember hearing this, and immediately I felt freezing. This was in the middle of summer with the average temperature in the 90s. All my hair stood on end and I was covered with goosebumps. Time slowed down, and I saw the color drain into black and white from the top down to the bottom. I dropped. Woke up like 2 minutes later, still freezing my ass off, and my hair still on end. I can see color now, and when I stand up it happens again, right behind me. Not as loud as the first one, so I whip around and there's no one there. I can still hear their voice laughing at me, and I can almost picture them walking away as it got quieter. That was just one of probably 24 different instances I've had. I worked part-time all summer. My parents and ghosts. So this was told to me by Mother. This happened a long time ago in Poland. This was before I was born. Can't remember the exact date. For some context, in my hometown there's a place that the locals call Death Mountain. In reality, it's more of a collection of hills. During World War II, there was heavy fighting in that area and a lot of people died, even after the war during the sort of demining of the area due to unexploded bombs and mines. Now for the story. This happened when my mother and father started dating. My father took her to Death Mountain. Don't ask me why, I'm not sure myself. Sounds romantic to me. During the day, everything was fine. A beautiful hot day until night came around and my mother started feeling wrong, like something was watching her. After a little bit of time, she looks toward a small collection of trees and bushes, and my mother told me that she felt very bad, like something was looking at her and telling her to leave. So that's what my parents did. They left. Some years later, my father returned to that same spot with a metal detector. He likes looking for war items. He found in that same spot the remains of 2 or 3 Soviet soldiers. I personally never went there, mainly because of the fear, and I do believe in ghosts, and I did have some encounters. My mother's story is one of several from other people that I believe that Death Mountain is haunted. You wouldn't believe how many places in the world have these little buildings that you're supposed to return like unexploded bombs to. I was driving past and I was like, what does that say? And then it translates into return unexploded weaponry here. I know, Gecko, I totally agree. I journaled my paranormal experience as it happened. First time in a long time, I was scared. All of this happened less than 2 hours ago. Paranormal encounters literally never scare me. I grew up with it, so I'm used to it. So it's very out of character for me to be afraid. Light's been flickering all day. Lots of random noises and banging. More overall activity than usual. Seeing more things than usual today, too. Everything further happened between 3 and 3:30 in the morning. I blew out my evil eye protection candle. I lit it to keep all the activity at bay. And only minutes later, there was the sound of something falling upstairs. Went halfway up the steps to check it out. Turned right back around when I felt the powerful, strange, but not negative, just forceful, energy was coming from the guest room. I woke up my fiancé and came with me to check it out, and I brought my clear quartz necklace. I saw it standing in the doorway, just a black figure, walked directly toward it with a very prevalent fuck-off energy. It disappeared when I was only a few feet away. My fiancé went to bed, and he was sleeping on the couch to be closer to me, and I let the dog out. I went to get the dog from the backyard, and I felt this awful, intense, overwhelming energy closing in on me from the darkness. It got closer and closer, and it felt very threatening and very scary. It was coming from the house on the corner. I think it's the spirit that formerly haunted my brother a while back. Called my fiancé to get him to come back downstairs to get the dog from the backyard for me. I was too scared to do it myself. Out of character for me. Spirits rarely frighten me. They came down and made it go away. Once it was gone, I started to cry. Also out of character. Don't remember the last time I cried. He said it was trying to frighten me to get in the house and thought it would succeed because I was alone and I'm in the weak link due to me being the most sensitive and in tune. He put a very, very strong protective barrier around the house. Stronger than usual. Probably because I cried because of the spirit. 20 minutes passed, my fiancé went upstairs with the dog, and I stayed downstairs. He called me to tell me about something he saw in a video, and during the call, I saw the negative spirit through the window next to the front door. It was very clearly a face, more solid than I usually see, and the expression of a furious snarl staring right at me, and it frightened me. My fiancé made it go away and stripped it of its power. He chased it away from our property altogether. It's currently very weak, cowering in the house in the corner. A few minutes later, I got nervous. I asked him to read the energy of the area, and he told me that the spirit, he was making it known to him that it's upset. He made it stop, and it's finally over. We pieced a lot of things together when it was finally over, and spirits in our house have been trying to warn us all day about this other spirit's plan. I figured out what the spirit in the guest room was trying to do. It was one of her male house spirits very forcefully trying to tell me about the malevolent plan of the negative spirit. We didn't think anything of the activity all day, so he took dramatic measure that would usually be very, very off limits. Must have been Matthew, one of the most active and protective spirits, a spirit guide of mine. This makes sense because that happened right before everything else went down. The Legend of the Bell Witch. The legend of the Bell Witch takes place in a small, rural part of northern Middle Tennessee called Adams. In late 1804, John and Lucy Bell and his family moved from North Carolina to Red River, Tennessee, present-day Adams. They moved with their 6 children, Jesse, John, Jr., Drury, Benjamin, Esther, Zadok, Elizabeth, and Betsy, Richard, and Joel. In early accounts, the spirit itself provides its origin, stating, "I am a spirit. I once was very happy, but I've been disturbed and made unhappy. I am the spirit of a person who was buried in a cave, my bones disinterred and scattered. One of my teeth was lost under this house. I am here looking for that tooth." Of course, this can't be verified. However, a Native American grave was found in the cave. It's known now as the Bell Witch Cave. Some of the boys were playing in the cave stole the tooth, then dropping it between the floorboards of the porch. They dug day and night looking for the tooth and finally returning it. Only then the Bell Witch claimed to be a spirit from everywhere. Heaven, hell, the earth, I am in the air, the houses, any place at any time, have been created millions of years. The first appearance of unusual disturbances surrounding the Bell family is usually reported as an incident on the farm. It's one in which John Bell fired a shot at a dog-like creature which vanished. Drury and Betsy are also beginning to see strange creatures near the property. These sightings are accompanied by strange sounds around the house. Betsy, Drury, and John begin to hear unaccounted for knocking. They were hearing it on the door and the windows, the sound of wings flapping against the ceilings, and the sound of rats gnawing on the bedposts. More disturbingly, the sound of choking and strangling could be heard along with chains dragging and heavy objects hitting the floor, and in all cases, the source of the noise was never found. No rats were found in the home despite thorough searching, and no damage to the furniture ever being discovered. During these demonstrations, the family refused to speak of the events to their neighbors. Soon the spirit would become violent, mostly toward John and Betsy Bell. The witch would slap, pull hair, and pinch, resulting in sleepless nights, and for Betsy being distracted at school, her teacher, Richard Powell, would take notice. Betsy tried to confide in her childhood sweetheart, Joshua Gardner, but the witch wouldn't have it. She would beg, "Please, Betsy, please don't marry Joshua Gardner," over and over, pulling her hair and dragging her across the floor. The abuse continued on Betsy. Her family would have her stay at neighbors and friends for safety. She would eventually break things off with Joshua Gardner, though the witch was oddly kind to John's wife, Lucy Bell. One story, though not proven, Lucy was sick and wanted walnuts. As if on command, walnuts fell from the ceiling as a gift from the witch. The disturbances would grow and rumors circled in town. John swallowed his pride, finally asked for some help. Over the coming months, people would come in and out to see what was transpiring in the Bell home. The witch would entertain them, poking fun at the men, still answering their questions and not disappointing them with activity, including Andrew Jackson. She would hound people who missed church, reciting the sermon to them and berating them. She could recite and passage of the Bible. She could recite any passage of the Bible, I think. She went from church to church, 12 or more miles apart, and recite what each priest was saying. Family friend William Porter claimed the witch climbed into bed with him, allowing him the opportunity to seize the spirit in bed. Seized it in bedclothes and attempted to throw it into the fire, saying only the immense weight and terrible smell of it prevented him from succeeding. The theory of Kate Batts. Mary Catherine Kate Batts, the wife of Frederick Batts, was believed to many to have been the culprit behind the disturbances known as the Bell Witch. Although not a poor woman, she was often mocked by others throughout the town. Her improper usage of words, along with her sometimes strange ways, led many to think she was practicing black magic or other forms of the occult. Benjamin Batts, the brother of Frederick Batts, they had a dispute with John Bell over the sale of a slave. Facts of the dispute were later tangled and became the source of a rumor to the effect that John Bell and Kate Batts had the quarrel and that the Bell Witch was created by Kate Batts to get revenge on Bell. While there are plenty of stories connecting the Bell Witch to Kate, one of the central goals of the Bell Witch seemed to be the death of John Bell Sr. Old Jack Bell, as the spirit called him, was blasted with curses, heinous threats, and serious physical torments. As the abuse continued, John Bell took to his bed just growing ill and was cared for by John Jr. On December 19, 1820, John Bell failed to leave his bed. John Jr. went to the cupboard to retrieve the medicine for his father. Instead of 3 medicine vials, he found only 1 vial. It was 1/3 full of a dark, smoky, unknown liquid. The voice of the witch gloated. "It's useless for you to try to relieve old Jack. I've got him this time. He'll never get up from that bed again." She claimed of the vial that she gave old Jack a big dose of it last night while he was fast asleep, which fixed him. The contents of the vial were thrown into the fire and it erupted into a blue blaze. John Bell died December 20th, 1820. The Bell Witch crashed the funeral, disrupting the service and singing bawdy drinking songs. John Bell's death being the first to be recorded death of these supernatural causes. After John's death, the disturbances seemed to come to an end, but she promised to come back in 7 years, to which she did, predicting things like the Civil War. Betsy Bell would later go on to marry her former teacher, Richard Powell. Richard Bell, the second youngest, wrote his account of the events, and it was titled Our Family Trouble, the story of the Bell Witch of Tennessee. There's many other little stories to this legend. The Bell family still living in Robertson County to this day, owning the Austin and Bell funeral homes. My mom, who was sleeping next to me, couldn't see what I saw that night. I'm from an Asian country, and this happened when I was around 13 or 14. At the time, I had been very sick and bedridden for 3 days. I was following my doctor's advice. The strange incident happened on the third night around 2 a.m. I was sleeping next to my mom, and my bed was positioned right next to the window. And suddenly, I woke up to a strange noise. It sounded like somebody was talking right outside the window, but through their nose. The voice was muffled almost like a language, but completely unintelligible. I couldn't understand a single word, and it gave me chills. As I became more aware, I noticed something unusual. The tiny hairs on my hands were shaking on their own. It wasn't normal trembling. It felt like a strange force was causing it. I remembered thinking at the time how weird that was. My mom, who has long braided hair, was still asleep. That's when I saw something forming at the end of her braid, a small, shadow-like particle. It started to grow slowly, taking the shape of a human figure, though it remained completely dark, like a silhouette. The shadowy figure began crawling up the wall next to us, getting larger as it moved. It resembled a shadow version of Spider-Man, clinging to the wall in a crouched position. Eventually, it reached the top of the wall directly above us, crouched in the classic Spider-Man pose, staring right at me. I was paralyzed. I tried to scream. I couldn't. I finally managed to shout and told my mom, "Look, there's someone on the wall, looking at me." She looked, but she said she didn't see anything. I cried, and I kept pointing, and I was terrified. She insisted there's nothing there, and assumed I was just scared. She turned on the light, and instantly, the figure vanished. Later, I shared this experience with my relatives. Most of them said it must have been a hallucination due to my illness, but deep down, I know what I saw. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't confused. I still don't know what that thing was, and to this day, I haven't forgotten it. Being sick can definitely give you hallucinations. Was it my granddad? It was summertime 2012. I come from an extremely hot city where powder outages. Power outages are very common. In Nepal, when someone in the family passes away, we follow a 13-day ritual as part of our Hindu tradition. My grandfather had passed away, but the story isn't so simple. He had abandoned my grandmother when my dad was just a month old, so we never had a relationship with him. He lived separately with his other wife and their son. Despite the lack of connection, when he died, my father being the eldest son, my mother went to his house to perform the necessary rituals. It's part of our culture to do so, regardless of past ties. They had to stay at that house for 13 days to complete the morning rituals. On the 10th day, there's a tradition where we offer the deceased person's favorite food. It's believed their spirit visits to eat. Along with his favorite dishes, they also placed a cigarette since he was a heavy smoker. But my uncle mistakenly placed it on a tulsi moth, which is a sacred plant altar in Nepali homes, almost like a small temple. That, culturally, it's considered disrespectful. That night, something strange happened. My dad's cousin's sister woke up after hearing a strange, nasally voice shouting from the direction of a window. When she looked, she saw a shadowy figure, like a soul figure, walking toward the tulsi moth, looking visibly irritated. She was terrified. And at that time, my mom, dad, 2 uncles, and 2 aunts were all sleeping on the terrace because it was too hot inside the house. With only 2 bedrooms, there wasn't space for everyone. In our culture, many people stay at the morning house during the ritual period. After hearing the scream, everybody ran downstairs to check what had happened, except for my mom. She was already awake from the noise, but she was too tired and lazy to get up. Then something chilling happened. While she was lying there alone, someone pulled her leg. She immediately woke up, but when she looked around, no one was there. Well, I hope that nobody experiences any powder outages. And I hope you have sweet dreams. See ya.